tax bill. And as on present course and speed, any kind of spending reductions or spending constraints are going to be really minimal. The Republicans' margins in both the House and the Senate are so tight that when you have someone like a Josh Hawley say, I don't want to cut Medicaid, it makes it really hard to get the votes to cut Medicaid. And that's the way this process is working. And so you right now have a huge tax cut sitting up there and virtually nothing to be done on the spending side except increased spending for things like defense that we all agree we probably need to do that.
So meanwhile, as expected, the Federal Reserve is holding
Here's the amazing thing about certain countries in Asia. Women live way longer than in the United States. All right? And they don't need as many medications. And they die in their 90s and 100, or even sometimes even a little bit beyond 100. All right? Their cost of being medicated is way lower because they are not on medication because their lifestyle is better. All right? In the United States, chronic disease is rampant because of lifestyle in most cases. If you really want to cut the cost of healthcare, it starts realizing, looking in the mirror and saying it's at an individual level and you have to have the proper lifestyle. And that's what I've been trying to say to many people. You want to get healthy? It starts with you. It's not some fucking research study or some discovery in a lab. That's not going to make you healthy. What's going to make you healthy is actually realizing you're the cause of the problem. The aggregate, the reason why we have healthcare costs radically higher is because we have a society that's on bread and circus and that's too fat and it's not willing to shape up and to get healthy. That's a big part of why we have escalated healthcare costs. Another part of it is the cost of educating the healthcare staff, doctors and nurses and PAs and all this, right? Another is the hedge funds coming in buying the hospitals. So you have a healthcare system that's too costly, but you can radically change the cost structure by having more people in the society healthier. And that starts with lifestyle. That starts with realizing the choices you make heavily determine your health outcomes. And you're going to start realizing that, hey, we don't need as much in Medicare. We don't need as much in Medicaid. Now, people that really need it should get it. But there are a lot of people in the United States that need it because of their lifestyle put them in a situation where they have chronic disease now. Well, why should society pay for someone making the wrong decisions for their lifestyle? Why should we go into debt generation after generation after generation because people were on bread and circus for 40, 50, 60 years? The answer isn't adding more money. The answer isn't adding more money to the system. The answer is having people look in the mirror and saying, you got to get healthy because the country can't afford to pay for your unhealthy habits. That's how you're going to squeeze that lemon and get the most juice. Then you have to restructure through legislation how they actually charge for training healthcare staff. It's way too costly. It's way too costly. And then hospitals have to be restructured where it's, you know, these hedge funds that are buying these hospitals out and these practices and these clinics, they're driving up the cost too. They're reducing the pay to the healthcare staff to have higher margins for their fund, for their PE fund, or their private equity fund. So it's a big problem. But the big bang for the buck is the society just needs to get healthier. But let's see what Morning Joe has to say after he banged his co-host.
A level they've been at since December. Fed Chair Jerome Powell said several times yesterday the central bank is in a wait-and-see mode.
If the large increases in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. Look at the state of the economies. The labor market is solid, inflation is low. We can afford to be patient as things unfold. There's no real cost to our waiting at this point.
So, Steve Ratner, this seems like a repeat of what we've been saying over the past 4 years, where the Fed continued to raise interest rates. They kept waiting for the economy to slow down. We expected a hard landing. We expected, not just you and me, I mean, all of Wall Street, the banks expected a recession. Then we heard about the possibility of a soft landing. Then after the tariffs and the disruption, everybody started predicting a hard landing again. If you listen to Jerome Powell yesterday, he's saying, you know, there are a lot of indicators that things are going in a bad direction, but this economy still is resilient. We're going to have to wait and see. Talk about that.
Yeah, that's exactly right, Joe. We did much better these last few years than any of us would have thought. This still is an amazing economy that can just keep growing through a lot of uncertainty and a lot of factors that would bring.
The economy isn't as bad as people are saying in the news. But everything that's possibly bad must be all Trump, and nothing from the aftershock of mismanagement from the Federal Reserve, mismanagement from the Treasury Department, and mismanagement from overspending with Congress during the Biden administration. No, it couldn't be that.
Many other economies. But now Jerome Powell's in a tough spot because he's promised 2% inflation. Inflation today is running at roughly 3% and perhaps going up based on the tariffs and so on and so forth. The tariffs, as we've talked many times, will slow down. And Powell said it yesterday, will not only add to inflation, they will slow down growth. They will lead to fewer jobs. That's what he said. Not me, Jerome Powell, but
yeah, but what's your comp? What are you comparing? We're at 4.2% unemployment. 5% is natural unemployment. 5.1, 5.5, that's not that big of a deal in terms of the health of the economy. So when the Federal Reserve is saying that they may lower rates if the unemployment goes up to 5.1%, that's inflationary. They're making an inflationary push, especially if inflation numbers are coming in above the 2% target. You do not cut rates if your inflation number is above 2% and your unemployment is you don't cut rates if the unemployment rate is below 5%. All right. That's an inflationary effect. This is the problem that they did in 2024. This is exactly the point I'm making. We have inflation. When you go to the store, we have inflation, not because of Trump, but because the Federal Reserve cut the rates too often in 2024. It's that simple. Because unemployment rate was too low and inflation was too high. And he can't even fucking get it out of his mouth.
I happen to agree with that. And that's going to put the Fed in a really difficult position. Trump is beating the Jesus out of them to cut interest rates, but Powell has committed to get to 2% inflation, and he can't really cut interest rates until inflation comes down, but inflation may well be going up. So the Fed is really in a tough spot as to how to handle this. And there's another word for that scenario, which I just outlined.
Stagflation. But here the thing is, you have a buffer with unemployment. We're below 5%. If inflation does stay above the 2% target, guess what? The Federal Reserve either stays where they're at, or better yet, raise the damn number, shock the system. Demand will go down and prices will go down in absolute terms, not just based on rate of inflation. When everyone's looking at inflation, they're always talking about rate of growth. No, what you actually need is a couple quarters, consecutive quarters, below 2%. If you're at like 1.5%, 2 quarters, that's good. That's good. All right? To get there, raise the rate. Raise the rate. That's the way to do it. Now, people are going to go, oh my God, I can't do that. And what about the credit cards? And what about the mortgage payment? Blah, 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 blah. Long term, it's going to be better for you. And this goes back to the problem with bringing economic clusterings back to the United States, which will take many years. But in the end, it's better for the economy. In the end, take the pain for 6 months with higher rates by the Federal Reserve, bring down that inflation number below 2%, 2 consecutive quarters, and now you have prices going more in line with what is affordable. Once that happens, then you start to bring down, staircase, soft landing, the actual rate. You bring it down a quarter point or a half a point each time, maybe each quarter or maybe each month, depending on where the economy is. But you have a buffer. That buffer is that unemployment is at 4.2%. So if inflation is above 2% and unemployment is 4.2%, you can raise rates, bring up the unemployment rate a little bit, and bring down the inflation, where you're at the 2% target and unemployment rate is at the 5% target. Very simple, very, very simple. But everyone wants really super low unemployment and no inflation, but that's impossible. That's impossible. It will never happen. And we have overspending that's taking place in Congress. We have over a $36 trillion deficit that we can't afford. We have interest rate payments that are more than what we're spending on defense. Bondholders are getting interest payments per year more than what we are spending on the military. A society, especially a hegemonic power, cannot maintain that for very long. That's a sign of a declining empire. Now, don't bet against America. We'll figure a way out of this, even if we have to blow up the world. But we'll figure a way out of it. But the point here is that we, at this moment in time, we have a deficit that's way too high. Way too high. It needs to come down. Now, the lifestyle in the per capita of income in the United States is very high. But a big part of that is because we borrowed the money. That's a big part of it. We borrowed our prosperity.
Which frankly Powell kind of outlined, which is called stagflation. And that may be where we're headed. Not like the 1980s, but a situation where we have higher inflation, less growth, and interest rates don't go down as fast as people would like.
President Trump really continuing to pound the bejesus out of the Fed, taking to Truth Social to write, too late, this is the nickname for Jerome Powell, too late, Jerome Powell is a fool who doesn't have a clue. Other than that, I like him very much. And he goes on to say some things that are not true about prices going down and no inflation, tariff money pouring in. But he ends by saying what's happening here is the exact opposite of too late and urges again the Federal Reserve to cut rates. There's some real pressure from the White House.
Quoting again Chairman Powell yesterday, he said if the large increase in tariffs that have been announced are sustained, they're likely to generate a rise in inflation, a slowdown in economic growth, and an increase in unemployment. That's from the Fed Chair Jerome Powell. Morning Joe economic analyst Steve Radner. A very, very busy morning. We appreciate you, but especially today, Steve. Thanks so much.
I'll tell you, these people are just... let's go to Al Jazeera. I think that they're celebrating VE Day.
Let's cheer at the liberation of Europe, the end of a war against fascism that had lasted 6 years. The continent lay in ruins, divided between the advancing Soviet armies and those of the Allies. 20 to 30 million people lost their lives. hundreds of millions more displaced by a conflict triggered in part by the rise of the organized far right. 80 years later, and the legacy of World War II still lingers.
The lesson learned from West Germany, where I grew up, is that the root cause of this is not just an ideology like Nazi Germany, but it is a form of nationalism that we should overcome by building a different political system after World War II to avoid nationalism.
This desire to avoid the mistakes of the past and secure the future prosperity.
Not only do we need to avoid nationalism, we need to avoid socialism. All right. We're live streaming on Rumble, YouTube, simulcasting on X Spaces. I'm also live streaming on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Thank you for watching. We're going to be doing the market open soon here, about 4 minutes from now. My name is Dr. Paul Cottrell. Please help support my work by making sure you subscribe to all my channels. I have 4 channels on YouTube, Brighteon, Bitchute, and Rumble. It's very important that you subscribe to all the channels so you get updates of what I'm doing, getting the live feeds, getting the notifications, and you can watch the replays. I do these videos for free. I have thousands of videos out there for free to give you my perspective of what's going on with the economy, what's going on and how to navigate tactically the financial markets, what's going on with scientific discoveries, how to improve your health and wellness. I do this all for free, all right? But I need your help. And you can help by sharing the links, making sure you subscribe, ask your social media to follow me. For the ones that have been following me for a long time, 5 years or even more than 10 years, thank you very much. I greatly appreciate it. You can donate on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. You can donate through Stripe, PayPal, or buy me a coffee. You can also be a paid member to my Patreon channel. I don't put anything behind a paywall. All of these videos I do for you is for free. It's through the donations and the paid membership that helps support the free work. That's how I do it. I don't put stuff on Substack and put it behind a paywall and all that stuff. No, because I believe that if there's information that I have to say, I think it's important, you should be able to get access to it for free. But there's a social contract with that, and that is that you help support my work by sharing the links, by subscribing, and if you can, donate. Better yet, go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. If you live in the United States, you can purchase the products that I offer and stack these products the way I tell you to stack them. This is the protocol that I use to actually slow down the aging process and to get healthy, all right? And to boost up my immune system. It's something that I've been doing, ever since I was 16 years old, taking lots of antioxidants and then tweaking my protocol over time and as I get older, and as certain supplements come to market, how to incorporate that new research in anti-aging and longevity research, incorporating that into the protocol. I teach you how to do it, all right? So if you follow my lead, you'll make money and you'll get healthy. It's that simple. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and help support my work. And I greatly appreciate the ones that are on X Spaces, the ones that listen regularly. Thank you very much. If you have a question, type it in the chat, either on YouTube or on Rumble or even on X Spaces, or you can ask for the mic and you can ask a question that's related to the news or tell me your opinion on what you think is going on in the world. There's a lot that's going on. This is an interactive show. I want people to participate. But thank you for joining. I greatly appreciate it. All right, with that, let's pivot over to what the market's going to be opening up in about 1 minute. So let's just go to Bloomberg here.
Told Powell that it's stagflation.
I mean, you're in Chicago with Austin Goolsbee, the great optimist, and he's now at the Federal Reserve Bank of Chicago. And I asked this question yesterday. Within all this madness, including the president speaking in 32 minutes on a comprehensive trade deal, have we broken our productivity miracle of the last number of years? You got a triple ratio, incredibly sophisticated, dynamic folks on productivity with unit labor costs ballooning today. Anna Wong, have we broken productivity?
I looked at the productivity and the surge in unit labor costs in today's data. And it really reminds me of the first quarter of 2022, where the GDP was also negative because of imports and unit labor cost was also surging. But I think to Powell's point, I think he talked actually quite a lot about economics yesterday. He talked about how inventory is undermeasured in the first GDP period, and that in the second quarter, we probably should see a rebound.
Okay. We're going to come back on that. Anna Wong here. We're going to interrupt you to get the markets open, and Mateo's going to have a tantrum. But the basic idea, what she just said, is really, really important. Noah Smith writing on this as well. Future settle up 50, up 37 right now to the market opening. Lisa?
And we'll see how the markets will open with the U.S.-UK trade deal expected. We'll start with the S&P 500, up about 0.6%, 37 points, 5,668. We have the Dow up 0.5%, 203 points, 41,319. And the NASDAQ up 1%, 182 points, 17,921. We go to the 2-year yield, 3.81%, up 3 basis points. And the yield on the 10-year, 4.28%. That's up 1 basis point. To commodities, we have COMEX gold higher at $3,365 an ounce. With Brent crude oil lower, down, up higher, 1% at $61 a barrel. The Bloomberg Dollar Spot Index is little changed. Bitcoin nearing 100,000.
Didn't get there.
Didn't get there. So close at the open. Let's check in with chip stocks. We have Nvidia up about 0.8%, Broadcom up 1.5%, and Qualcomm up 0.8%. That is your Bloomberg opening bell report. All the time.
Lisa Mateo, thanks so much. Watch your Bitcoin. Paul Sweeney will have that after the president's comments. I assume you're at 10 o'clock with Alex Steele. And
all right, I'm going to give you my take on this. Okay, so the S&P 500 is trading at 5,666. So it's below the 5,700 mark. I'm a little bit surprised at that. I figured that it would be at the 5,700 or just below. So let's keep that. If this continues to rally, I think that we'll have intraday trading above the 5,700. Now VIX is trading at 23, a little higher than I expected. I thought that was going to be trading at about 21. So it's a little bit higher than I expected. Euro USD is trading at 1.13. Oil is trading at 59.08. And we also are starting to track 2 ETFs. One is a long ETF for the oil explorers. It's called Gush. That's trading at 1930. And DRIP, which is a short for these energy producers, it's called DRIP, 11.96. All right. Both Gush is going upward and DRIP is going downward. All right. Now, UCO, which is a ETF to long oil, it's more correlated to the actual oil price and not so much the oil producer share price. That's trading at 19.78 right now. Now, Bitcoin ETF going long, BITO is trading at 21.01, and Bitcoin is just below the 100,000 mark. USD Japanese yen is trading at 144.5. I'd like to see Japanese yen trading at about 145 or higher to see less stress in the international markets. Natural gas is trading at 3.65. So things look relatively good for the open. I'm a little bit surprised that the VIX index is at 22. I was figuring it would be 21 or maybe slightly below that. And the equity market didn't open up higher based on the UK-US trade agreement that's going to be announced at 10 o'clock. So it could be that institutional investors are waiting until the 10 o'clock time frame to actually start deploying money. That could be the case. But I do think that if that news is very positive, there's going to be major inflows in the equity market. Now, the 10-year bond is trading at 113.25 for the price. And I want to just read off the that rate is at about 4.29. So, you know, rates are stable for the 10-year. Everything seems to be pretty good. Everything seems to be in homeostasis. All right, let's drop back into Bloomberg here.
President's bingo card here in 25 minutes. Anna, Dr. Wong, congratulations on your impact on American economics. I can't say enough about the show today. Not only do we have Rick Atkinson coming up on his exceptionally important book on the Revolutionary War, but then the President of the United States will join us at 10 a.m.
Yeah, we'll bring that to you. We'll bring that to you.
They're going on commercial break. They're going on commercial break, so I'm going to do a commercial here. Please help support my work. Again, I do these videos for free, and I'm telling you where the entry points are and resistance levels and support levels for these different different tickers that I'm looking at. So please help support my work. Get the structural nano silver soaps that I offer. I have 4 types. I have it in peppermint, in lavender. Also, I have it in lemongrass and charcoal tea tree. Very high quality structural nano silver soaps. These are soaps that I use on a daily basis. Get a few bars for your household. Help support my work. Use discount 5, all caps, discount 5, you get $5 off. And that way, you know, that will help with the shipping and you're helping support my work. If you spend more than $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. So it's a great way to help support my work and to help support your health. Stack these products that I have the way I tell you to, and you're going to be targeting different systems in your body to slow down the aging process, boost up your immune system, improve your memory, improve your cardiovascular, improve your metabolism, lose weight, get healthy, build muscle. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. All right. While that's happening, I want to shift over. This economist, he's from, I think this one's from U of M. Economist pours cold water on Trump's expected trade deal with the UK. Yeah, because, you know, Trump can't do anything right.
Now, professor of economics and public policy at the University of Michigan, Justin Wolfers. Justin, good to see you. Look, a source telling CNN tonight that Trump is going to announce a trade deal with the UK tomorrow. Is that something you would consider a major trade deal?
No. So let's get some numbers and some context for the people at home. The United Kingdom, wonderful country, lovely people, love myself some fish and chips, don't mind their beer, but they're our 11th largest trading partner. They account for 3% of American trade. And if I took off all my shoes and socks and got 4 more people in the room, I'd be able to tell you that that leaves 97% of American trade are absolutely up in the air. Now, Laura, I want to show.
Well, wait a minute. Most of the trade that we do that is coming into the United States, my understanding, is from China. Automotive parts is coming from Canada and Mexico, but a lot of our trade is with Asia. Right? That's part of the reason why we need to pivot to Asia to control what's going on with China and Taiwan. But there's a bigger point here, Professor from U of M, Dr. Paul Cottrell. Just listen to Dr. Paul Cottrell for a second. By doing a trade deal with UK, it boxes in the EU. Do you remember that thing called Brexit? All right? By aligning with the UK, you are now aligning an axis against the EU, which is very important to bolster up the UK, bringing in the UK into the orbit of the United States and them having less reliance on the EU is actually a good thing for military, for intelligence, and for the economy. That's the big picture. See, Trump is not just looking at this as just a trade agreement. If you've been listening to him really closely, he's talking about the Golden Dome. That's military. That's like a shield. That's like Star Trek kind of shit that he's talking about. if you really listen. But everyone wants to demonize Trump, but they're not paying attention. He wants to bring in the UK, Greenland, and Canada into the fold of the United States as a security grid, like Star Trek. But this dipshit doesn't see it. Because horse blind.
Your mind. Go back 6 weeks ago. The average tariff the United Kingdom charged countries around the world was 1%. That's the stakes here. So the best we can do is knock the United Kingdom down from 1% to 0, and it's already clear we didn't get them to 0. And along the way, the president is imposing a 10% tariff on the United Kingdom, making it harder for Americans to do business with trading partners over in the old dart.
So why do you think he's announcing this with the UK? What is the game plan here to suggest that this is much bigger deal than you say?
Again, part of it is military alignment. Part of it is to bring in the UK into the fold of the United States and away from the EU. Another part of it is to showcase that if other countries start doing deals, that they'll be put on a pedestal. Their economy and their market, their stock market, will most likely be buoyant because of the news. That's going to help traders and investors. And so this is an example of what will happen with the Asian countries when they make the agreement. And by drip feeding it, instead of having all of the agreements happen all at the same time, by drip feeding it, it's actually going to be accelerant for the market. So by the end of the year, the S&P 500 is going to be at an all-time high. So you do this trade agreement, the stock market goes up. Right now, we're trading at 5,665. All right, I would not be surprised that we trade at 5,700 today. I mean, pre-trade hours, that's what the futures market was showing. All right, now you drip feed it, and then market is waiting for an additional amount of news, and the market may go down a little bit, right, in trade. So it may go to 5,000. Let me give you an example. It may go to 5,700 today. Let's say it closes at 5,700. And now we're waiting for another trade agreement news. So it goes below 5,700, and it's now trading, at 5,600, maybe 5,550. And then another trade agreement comes in, and it goes above 5,750. Remember, I said that there was a support, there's a resistance level at 5,750. All right, it's not structural; it's more psychological. It was part of the dead cat bounce from the beginning of the sell-off. But the point here is that there is a resistance point at 5,750. So you do this trade agreement, the market gets trading around the 5,700 mark, get another trade agreement, and it pushes it past that resistance point, and now you're trading above the 5,750 and trading closer to 5,800. The all-time high was 6,130, I think it was. 6,130 is not that far away from 5,800. See my point? And we're only in the 5th month of the year. But let's see what the expert at U of M has to say about the economy.
The president's a showman. He's going to tell you there's all sorts of wonderful things about it. This is a country with a king and a queen, and they have beef eaters and all sorts of things, but they're not remotely central to us. The other thing to realize about the United Kingdom, bless them, but they're sort of the guys who walked away from trade very recently. They're particularly
Has this guy
looking for
even
friends.
heard of the term? Has this guy even heard of the term of the 5 eyes? What the fuck?
At high school once, and there was someone who told their whole group of friends to go stuff themselves. That's the United Kingdom. And once you do that to your friends, you very quickly go looking for another friend group, and you'll find that other friend group wherever you can. And we probably shouldn't be surprised the country that went Brexit now comes back and goes Trump.
Here's to all the kids carrying their lunch tray, wondering for that new group of friends. I'm not saying I'm not one of them. I just like your analogy, Justin. But the Fed chair.
Yeah, but what about making the Euro whiners looking like whiners because they just slapped retaliatory tariffs on Trump in the morning news if there's no trade deal, while he's making a trade deal with UK. It's pushing the EU to make a deal. It's making them look like they don't know how to negotiate. And it might be because they're socialist and they're, who actually runs the EU? I mean, it's just it's a mess. It's a total mess. Their culture isn't the same. These countries, their culture isn't the same. The language isn't the same. The history isn't the same. How the hell could you have how could you have federalism in the European Union? You can't. It's impossible. It's like saying a German is like an Italian, or someone in France is like someone in Poland. I mean, come on.
It is possible to imagine, to quote, the economy losing steam. Now, Trump is insisting tonight the economy is going to boom in a way never seen before. How do you see it?
Look, it's somewhat interesting how I see it. I don't believe him. It's more interesting to tell you what the consensus of economists tells you. There's not an economist alive who thinks that the economy isn't facing enormous and unnecessary risks. The really important thing Chairman Powell said today is he said we're risking two things.
Peter Navarro was an economist, and it gets even better. Is there a risk? Yes, but that's part of leadership. Is there a dismantling of the global order and this globalization and turning into localization for the United States? Yes. Is there risks associated with that? Yes. Is it unnecessary? He's wrong on that. It is necessary. Why? Because for the last 35 years, we've outsourced our economic cluster to other countries and weakened us. Now we have a debt to GDP ratio that is too high. We bring back that economic cluster, the debt to GDP ratio is going to go down. On top of that, we'll be able to raise hell if we need to with China, because we'll have the ability to manufacture our war effort. I think people need to start paying attention. Our shipyards, we don't have enough of them. We don't have enough people that actually can work in the shipyards and have the skills. It takes a very high skills to work in a shipyard. Oh, guess what? China has a lot of shipyards. China's making a lot of ships. What happens if there is a war with China, especially with the flash panning of Taiwan? So we're supposed to listen to people from U of M, economists, continue on shipping our economic cluster overseas and lose our hegemonic power in the Pacific? Oh, by the way, my grandfather was a CB during World War II. And it was those sailors that had the ultimate sacrifice that allowed for the hegemonic power that we have today. Very simple. But this economist is full of shit. A strong America means strong economic clustering.
With tariffs, we're risking higher unemployment and higher inflation. Normally we get one bad flavor or the other. We're talking about getting both of them at the same time. That's not my forecast. That's Chairman Powell,
and that's
the Trump appointee and head of the Fed.
Yeah.
Sorry.
And
inflation is above 2%. Unemployment is below 5%. There is stress because of the tariffs. Unemployment may go up. Inflation may or may not go up materially because of the tariffs. We don't know. Maybe it goes up a little bit. But the thing is that the Federal Reserve fucked up in 2024 by lowering rates. Why? Because the unemployment rate was too low and the inflation was too high. But he won't say that. He won't say that. The Federal Reserve put themselves in a pickle because they lowered rates because Wall Street kept on saying they need to lower rates. Meanwhile, what the Federal Reserve needed to do when inflation was at over 7%, they needed to do shock therapy, a very high level of increase in rates for a very short amount of time, and do the Volcker shock therapy, and then it would have brought down prices. But instead, they were pussies, and now we have never-ending cost of higher goods at the grocery store because Powell was a pussy. But let's see what the economist from U of M has to say.
That's the word for it. Stagflation, 2 words, stagnating economy, inflation. So both bad things happening to the economy at the same time. The chairman was clear to say it hasn't happened yet, but that's what's in the minds of the Fed, and that's what they expect going forward.
President Trump announcing what he calls a major trade deal between the United States and the United Kingdom. This would be the first deal that he has actually locked in since starting his trade war. And details of this deal, though, set to be revealed in a 10 a.m. press conference in the Oval Office. Now, the UK, like every other country, is right now subject to a 10% baseline tariff from the United States and a 25% tariff on steel, aluminum, and on autos. CNN's Elena Treen joining us from the White House with much more on this. So it's more of what we don't know, I guess, this morning ahead of this announcement, but tell us what we got.
Right. Well, as you said, we got our first trade deal, Kate, and we are going to learn more about it at 10 a.m. when the president gathers in the Oval Office with some United Kingdom officials for this, as the president is touting it, major trade agreement. Now, of course, this is welcome news to global markets, but even more welcome news to the White House and this Trump administration, which has really been facing increased pressure to announce any sort of progress and movement on these different trade negotiations, particularly as we continue to see the economic turmoil from the president's tariff policies. Now, this trade agreement comes almost a month to the day that the president was forced to roll back his reciprocal tariffs because it had sent different markets spiraling. And so this should ease some of that. Now, I do want to read for you because we've really seen the president. He is posting up a storm this morning, Kate. I want to read for you one of his latest posts on this. He said, quote, "The agreement with the United Kingdom is a full and comprehensive one that will cement the relationship between the United States and the United Kingdom for many years to come. Because of our longtime history and allegiance together, it is a great honor to have the United Kingdom as our first."
This is an alignment between the United States and the UK and pulling the UK into the orbit of the United States. And if you look at this holistically, what's Trump talking about with Greenland and Canada? It's about the Golden Dome. Pay attention. Dr. Paul Cottrell isn't wrong.
Announcement. He says many other deals, which are in serious stages of negotiations, will be to follow. Now, just to be clear here, despite his rhetoric and the administration's rhetoric that this is going to be a full and comprehensive deal, we know that trade agreements, real trade agreements, actually take a lot of time. They are complex negotiations.
Yeah.
They go over the minutiae.
Let's have the globalists that advertise on CNN, I mean CIA, advertise and keep on pushing globalization, that it's going to take so long, and this is wrong, and we can't have localization, we can't have economic clustering. We must have the global world order staying the same to make sure that we have labor arbitrage in low-cost centers, and never, ever ask questions about the national security state. Never, ever try to restructure it. Never, ever ask questions like what really happened during 9/11.
Tariff goods, non-tariff barriers, etc. And so what we're likely to see today at 10 a.m. is some sort of memorandum of understanding. They'll probably lower some tariffs in the time being, but it'll take longer likely to really hash out the very specific details. Now, as you mentioned, we don't actually know a lot of what is going into this agreement, but the Financial Times actually had a great story earlier this week laying out some of the parameters. They say that Trump is lining up tax breaks for tech giants, cheaper access to UK car and agriculture markets for American exports, and in return, the president is expected to lower steel and automobile tariffs. And so that's likely some of what we're going to see at 10 a.m. when they announce this agreement, Kate.
All right, we'll be there with you. Thank you so much, Elena Treen at the White House for us. Joining us right now is Democratic Senator Ron Wyden of Oregon.
Democrat.
The top Democrat. Finance. Also been leading the effort in the Senate to try to stop the president from unilaterally being able to impose these tariffs. Senator, thanks for coming in. A trade deal with the UK. Have you heard anything about it over there on the Hill yet this morning?
If people don't understand the idea that if you don't bring back your manufacturing, you're going to weaken your military, you need to wake up. But most of these Democrats have been on the Hill, either in the Senate or in the House of Representatives. They're like corpses. I mean, literally, you can. I mean, through the TV or the monitor, you can smell the formaldehyde because they're so fucking old.
And about 2% of our imports, Kate, come from Great Britain. So put me down as kind of skeptical that there is much there. I can tell you at home in Oregon, our farmers are hurting, our small businesses are hurting, people are concerned about their 401ks. I don't think this is going to do much for that.
By the end of the year, your 401k is going to be higher. Oh, and by the way, what about all those jobs that were shipped away for 35 years? The tool and die industry that was decimated in Michigan. He's not saying anything about that. He's old enough to remember. What about individuals, kids, young adults, getting out of high school and out of college and not being able to land that really good paying job so they build up the skill sets that they need and to have a good income to be able to form a family and buy homes? They can't. They're indebted. They're decades in debt because of the cost of schooling, and they can't land a good paying job because the economic cluster is gone. But you got these Democrats that all they care about is making sure that those multinational corporations have that labor arbitrage so they can have that high margin for their products and sell them to consumers in the United States. Stop being a consumer, be a producer, all right? You'll do a lot better. And meanwhile, he gets insider trading and becomes a multimillionaire. Does he really care about his farmers? Or does he really care about where he's putting his money? Because he's able to make deals on the Hill that will benefit multinational corporations. Because the multinational corporations are the major lobbying groups. You think he's got big ears, all right? Because he's older. So he's got big ears. And one ear is deaf, all right? The other ear isn't. The one that's deaf is the one that he's listening to the farmers and the little people. The one that's working is for the lobbying group. So on the surface, you think that he's listening to both. But in reality, all he cares about is the multinational corporation because that's where he makes his money. That's how he funds his campaigns. That's how he is able to accrete. Do you think he's going to accrete with his funds, with his investments by hurting multinational corporations? Of course not. Of course not. This is part of the reason they're on the take. You think these Democrats or even Republicans for that matter, most of these representatives are on the take. They don't care about the middle person. Because they benefit. They benefit through the lobbying group, either directly or indirectly.
The Financial Times this week reported a little bit on what is potentially in it, that the UK deal would exempt the US from some non-tariff trade barriers, like the UK's 2% digital tax on tech companies. And in exchange, then the US may ease the tariff burden on the UK, perhaps reducing or exempting the country from 25% on aluminum, steel, and autos. If that's what this deal is, would you call it a good deal?
It's not much. The digital taxes, for example, are something that we've worked on for years and years in terms of the companies. I can tell you, you saw the headlines this morning, we have companies that after a couple of months are hemorrhaging profits. I can tell you when I talk to the Oregon farmers, the wheat folks, they tell me that prices are down, input costs are up.
Another thing he doesn't talk about, and I highly recommend the book called Barron's, all right? And it's about the food industry, all right? The author, I believe, is born and raised in Iowa. And I actually saw one of the book launches when they were releasing the book. And I didn't buy the book. I listened to the audio. It's a very interesting book that you should read, all right? But what it does is it does a deep dive of the food industry. And what you're going to start hearing from all these Democrats, or maybe even some of the Republicans that are anti-Trump, but definitely the Democrats, they're going to say these farmers are hurting. These majority of the farmers are part of a consortium that is part of a multinational corporation, like Cargill. All right. Now, you think that Cargill has a lot of money to be able to lobbying on K Street? Yes. Do you think the little farmer has? No. Now, there are small farmer lobbying groups. All right. But the bulk of the problem with the agriculture that he's talking about, he's not talking about the little farmer. That's emotional fallacy. What he's really caring about is big ag, big agricultural. That's Tyson's, that's Cargill, that's Monsanto's. All right? That's what he's really representing here. But you really need to read that book. It's called Barron's. Let me see if I can find the full title of it. But it was released, I think, a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. But it's an excellent book talking about how the agricultural industry was taken over by multinational corporations and how they use their lobbying power to write the Farm Bill. The Farm Bill isn't for the small farmer. The Farm Bill is for the big ag. And subsidies, and the corn subsidies and the ethanol subsidies and the sugar industry. The reason why we have corn syrup and everything, and fructose and everything has sugar in it, it's because of the sugar lobbying group. And it's not because they're trying to keep us healthy. They don't care if you're healthy or not. And unfortunately, high increases of sugar on a chronic level will cause you to age, harden your arteries, cause diabetes, and it causes having high levels of sugar all the time is terrible for the body. Terrible. And that's, the obesity is out of control with kids. When I was a kid, in elementary school, I didn't know anyone that was overweight. No one. I didn't know anyone that had a high BMI. I didn't know anyone that was autistic either. But all of a sudden, you got all these problems that are starting to come up. You got these kids that have serious heart problems at age 12, 13, 14. These kids are way overweight. They can't even, you can see that they're going to just die early. And they can't control themselves because they're stuffing Big Macs in their mouth.
Literally begging for some predictability and some sense that the chaos is going to subside. And my sense is we're going to get more of it in July when the pause stops.
Really, finally on this one, if it's not a finalized deal, instead it's an announcement of negotiations or announcement of a framework to be negotiated over coming months, because context is it often takes years to negotiate big trade deals. What do you think the impact of that is?
I don't think it's going to be.
Doesn't
much.
that sound like like Brexit? Oh, it's going to take forever to get out of the European Union. It's going to be forever to unravel the globalization. It's going to take forever. Back to CNN.
Like your earlier comment said, we're looking for leadership, particularly in Asia. And it just looks to me like things are pretty stalled out there. That's where we really need the relief.
All right, let's go to Bloomberg now.
While President Trump is maintaining his position on China regarding tariffs, here's the president yesterday.
All right, what else are we looking at Apple this morning, shares are up at the moment more than 16% now, so that's really picked up steam since the open, and that's because the AI-powered ad platform reported results that saw first quarter EPS and net income both beating estimates. They also gave an outlook for the second quarter and projected ad revenue beating forecasts too. I think the additional positive for investors is that the company agreed to sell its video games unit to.
All right, for the ones that want to know, it's called Barron's Money and Power in the Corruption of the American Food Industry by Austin Frederick. It was published in 2024. It's a book that everyone should read to really understand what's going on with Big Ag.
And we saw first quarter sales. Its forecast for that disappointing analyst, that's at $1 billion to $1.1 billion. I think it's within the range technically, but it's at the low end of that analyst forecast range. And the CEO, Rene Haas, blaming it mostly on the timing of new agreements with customers. And he's saying that the outlook is conservative, quote, to make sure that we don't overreach. So a reminder, ARMS Tech is very key to chips that run most of the world's smartphones. And its guidance is very much in line with its peers in the chip industry who have had a strong start to 2025, but their forecasts are very cloudy due to the economic environment.
All right, Christine, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. For more conversations just like this, listen to our new Stock Movers podcast. Subscribe for 5-minute episodes on the biggest winners and losers in the stock market. Listen to Stock Movers on Apple, Spotify, or anywhere you get your podcasts. So not only are we waiting for President Trump to discuss a potentially very big trade deal, the report has been is that is with the UK. Also taking a look at potential conversation with Europe. It looks like Europe is going to target U.S. cars, planes, and bourbon if President Trump won't do a deal. Joining us now is Ross Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. How much teeth does this threat have?
Well, quite a lot, actually. This has been a carefully put together list, but it's actually not finalized. What it does now is they go out to EU member states, they discuss it, they change it. But it is really targeted at some of those kind of bespoke, marquee, US identified goods. Bourbon, as you say, being a big one that was initially removed, but has come back again. So they're clearly sending a message there. And some of these things are also produced very much in Republican heartland states. So it's quite targeted, really, about sending a message. And it comes against that backdrop, you're saying we're getting this US-UK announcement on trade, but the EU stuff's kind of bogged down. The negotiations aren't really going anywhere at the moment. And the messaging from the EU is they're dug in for the hard yards and they're prepared to put this stuff on the table and retaliate as needed. There's no sense of progress between the EU and the US. So quite a message coming from this list today. Again, it may change a bit in the end, but they're digging in for a fight here.
I read headline just crossing the Bloomberg terminal. France pushes back on EU retail investor protection proposal. So I'll have further reporting on.
I have no idea what that means.
No, but we'll see. We'll have further reporting on that. But it gets a red headline for the Bloomberg terminal. So, Roz, is it kind of unusual or just kind of serendipitous that on a day where we're going to have an announcement of a potential UK trade deal, we also have news coming out of the EU that maybe they're nowhere even near a deal? What does that say about the EU versus the UK here?
Well, it's a really interesting dynamic because at the same time, the UK is trying to draw closer to the EU, and Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister here in the UK, is trying to develop ties with the EU, including around trade and things like defence. So he's got a back. They're all most leaders that seem to be at the moment of juggling all these balancing acts. They want to have relationships here and there, but they don't want those things to collide. And so he's got to walk a line here where he needs to keep the conversation around the trade relationship with the EU alive, and this doesn't interfere with that. And so it's just showing the complex environment that these leaders are in. Again, he doesn't want Donald Trump to criticize him for drawing himself into the EU orbit. He's got to make sure whatever trade terms he comes to with the US don't, collide again with what he's trying to do with Europe, because every trade agreement you do, and this one, by the way, between the US and UK is more of a framework than specifics, but it can have a knock-on effect on all the other trade things you're trying to do. So you've got to keep all of that in mind. It's a very complex soup that we're operating in.
Hey, Ross, we had Professor Richard Portis from the London School of Economics in our studio earlier this morning, and the topic of Brexit came up, maybe because I raised it. But in the context of trade here, the UK versus the EU and the US, I mean, what's the feeling about Brexit?
Remember when they
these
were
days?
closer? They were closer
Yes.
before Brexit, and now they want to get closer?
I know, that's kind of what I'm thinking. So what's the call on Brexit today?
Well, it's interesting because Brexit seems irreversible. And certainly if you ran a referendum in the UK today, you may not get that much of a different answer. Part of the dynamic, again, has been UK standing on its own, charting its own course on things like trade and defence. If they were in the EU, they would be able to do this separate arrangement with the US. But equally, Keir Starmer sees a lot of the UK's future being bound into Europe. So he's walking that line on it. I mean, it's interesting. Given Brexit, the UK can do that.
What's very interesting, what's going on with the markets right now is the VIX index is starting to spike up, 23.37. Equities are starting to falter a little bit. It's trading at 5,644. Oil is going up. It's still trading below $60 a barrel, but oil movement is right now at $1.51 a barrel more. And Bitcoin is BITO ETF is trading at 20.95. So it's Bitcoin movement, oil, VIX is starting to spike right before Trump starts to speak. So that's an interesting dynamic here.
Ursula von der Leyen, who's the head of the commission running some of this. But as you say, it's a block of a whole lot of different countries, and they've got to agree, and getting them over the line is interesting. And so now this conversation around what's exactly on this list is going to be interesting to see if things come on or off as a result. You've got some countries advocating a softer line with the US. You've got some pushing hard, including France and obviously Germany. Interesting to see the new chancellor due to speak with Donald Trump today. Where does that go? But as you say, corralling all those people together in the EU and keeping them on the one line is never an easy task.
All right, Roz, thanks a lot. Really appreciate it. Roz Matheson, Bloomberg News Director for Europe, the Middle East, and Africa.
Well, I just asked the biggest question, which I think, where does bourbon come from? And I was unsure whether it's Kentucky or Tennessee, so I Googled it. And the AI overview says 95% of it comes from Kentucky.
I was going to say Kentucky.
Yeah.
And if you're in the UK,
All
why are
right,
you
so
buying?
News from Dow Jones just popped up, and it's saying that U.S.-China tariffs force China to seek new energy partners.
A whiskey drinker.
Yeah, you could be a
I
we
can
could change
aspire
that.
to that. I'm
We
gonna
could
aspire
We'll work
to
on
that.
that, Paul.
But now I smell it and it feels eerie. All right, so let's talk about what we're waiting for here, and that's President Trump announcing a major trade deal within the next hour, maybe. I don't know, we'll see. But we're waiting for it. We'll bring it to you when it happens live. So let's get a sort of preview on this and the current Bloomberg Global Economy reporter. Regardless of what he actually announces, what's going to be the importance of how it's delivered and what is delivered, Enda?
So obviously we are waiting for the details, like you say, some skepticism around just how deep the agreement can be, despite the fact that the president is touting it as very comprehensive. But the bigger picture, to your point, is that it's going to be the first kind of trade agreement that the US has pulled together since the new President Trump launched this new trade policy. So people are going to be looking very closely at this. Does it offer a template? Are there the bones of a trade agreement with other economies here? And I think in particular, there will be a lot of focus on what happens the baseline 10% tariff. So if that changes, that could suggest, oh, look, the US is open to doing business all the way down the line here. But if that 10% stays in place, and you consider that the UK is an ally, and that the UK deficit with the US certainly isn't anywhere near the top of the list of so-called offenders anyway, then it might suggest that 10% baseline is going to stay in place for everyone. And then you've got to consider what that might mean for prices or not. So a lot of focus, I think, on just quite apart from the idiosyncratic UK details, what parameters this might set for the other deals that we do expect to come over the coming weeks and months ahead.
And how important is trade with the US or the UK vis-a-vis, say, I don't know, the European Union? It's still got to be a huge part, right?
Well, for steel and the car sector in the UK, I think that's where they're looking for the biggest reprieve there. And there's also going to be reported by my colleagues some movement on digital services tax both ways. So that could be seen as a boost for that side of things. But it's certainly not a negative for the UK economy. The UK, of course, have been plowing their own course now for a few years, looking for trade deals with the rest of the world. But this probably isn't going to be the kind of free trade deal that typically would take years to negotiate. In fact, some of the reporting is suggesting it's kind of the parameters for or a framework for something that they keep working on in the years ahead, rather than the kind of dramatic bring down all barriers on both sides, classic free trade agreement that you might think.
What did we not like about trade with the UK? What was bad about it from a US perspective?
I think, well, the UK, look, in terms of the list of offenders, if you want to look through the prism of President Trump's view on this, the UK was nowhere near the famous Dirty 15 group of the biggest trade deficits. And the European Union is very much on that list. Your Vietnams, for example, obviously China. So I think there were some issues with the UK, but in particular, again, it comes back to autos and steel, two of the favorite topics for the president. They were hit hard by sectoral tariffs, and they may be set for some relief in this current agreement.
So, and how does, if there is some framework today announced with the US and the UK, how does that impact the UK's discussions with members of the European Union?
Well, it probably doesn't. I mean, the interest in this agreement is more from the US side. As I was saying earlier, is this going to be a template? Where will there be signs that the US is willing to negotiate? What are the US red lines? All of that, because your Koreas, your Japans, think of your developed economies, they're all going to be watching this really closely to see what they can kind of mirror from the UK side.
This is what I was saying earlier. This is going to showcase on what the other Asian partners can expect and to fall in line and help with their market and their financial equities once they make a deal with Trump. This is the test case right here. We're seeing the test case play out right now. Now, what is surprising to me is that the VIX index has gone up as we move towards the announcement. I figured the VIX would actually go down.
It feels like the market's saying any news on this front, any negotiations on this front with our major trading partners on the margin is just good news relative to where we were on Liberation Day.
Right. And even if we keep the 10% tariffs, at least as a baseline, that then the market can start calculating.
Yep, and I see just a little bit of stability in the US.
All right, so they're going on commercial break. Let me just give a little update on the oil market. Oil is trading at, WTI is trading at 59.66, and energy is trading at 3.666. Gush is trading at 19.31. DRIP is trading at 12.05, and UCO, to the long ETF for oil, is trading at 20.08. Now, what's important to understand is that oil it's been trading below 60 because of OPEC plus increasing production. So we have this resistance level of 60, and we have a support level at the 61% retracement. All right, and that happens to be in line with the trading range pre-COVID. And that's approximately 54. It's a little less than 54. It's like 53.6 or 0.8. So just round it up to 54 as a support level for WTI oil. And a barrier is 60. So you have this trading range between 54, maybe slightly lower than 54, like 53.8, and $60 a barrel. So the question is, with this news announcement, will we break the 60? And it's possible, but yeah, you know, the way I'm looking at this price action, it probably will falter and bounce back down a little bit. Please go to my store, the-studio. I'm giving you, you know, with this, all this is free that I'm telling you, all right? And if you pay attention to what I'm saying, you can put positions in the market and make money on the news. You can literally make money on news. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the collagen. The collagen has an amino acid profile shown on the screen here, typical amino acid profile. Go on my website. You can take a look at the label closely. Take the collagen every day. You get a big scooper. It's a powder. You mix it with soft foods, filtered water. You can mix it with milk. Some people even put it in coffee. And you can put it in a smoothie, but take it every day, once a day. It's a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your skin, your hair, your nails, but it also will help with your musculature, your joints, and your bones. Okay? Do resistance training to help with your bone structure and your joint health and your musculature. And with the skin, make sure you drink approximately about 64 ounces of filtered water is best. Some people can't drink that much. If you can't, try 32 ounces of filtered water each day. And also take vitamin C and the magnesium that I have on my store. That will cross-link with the collagen and help with your dermal layer. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the collagen. Take it every day. Help with your skin. Help with your musculature, your bones, and your joint health. Very important. Take it every day. Get a big scooper. This is a month supply. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5, you get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you do get a free gift until supplies last. All right, let's go to live now. Oh no, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Bloomberg.com, Bloomberg Television, and the Bloomberg Business app. This is a Bloomberg Business Flash.
Hey, it's time for the Bloomberg News with this Bloomberg Business Flash being brought to you by Oracle. Attention growing businesses. Oracle is offering to cut your current cloud bill in half if you move to Oracle Cloud Infrastructure. This is for new U.S. customers with minimum financial commitment. The offer ends March 31st. See if your company qualifies at oracle.com/Bloomberg. So it is the trade optimism for now lifting stocks. Investors are hoping for a U.S.-UK tariff pact. This would ease tensions and also, as Enda was telling us, serve as a blueprint for negotiations with other countries at this point. S&P 500 is 26 points higher. That's up 0.5%. 56.58 on the index. The Dow Jones Industrial Average is up 180 points, and the Nasdaq 100 right now up 123 points. That's a rise of 0.6%. Now, Francis Donald at RBC, meantime, isn't expecting clarity on the U.S. economy until later this year.
The data right now is still reasonably okay. The problem is, where is it going next? And the balance of risks is towards higher inflation and higher unemployment.
ARM Holdings delivered a disappointing sales forecast for the current quarter, and that is stoking concerns about the tariff-related slowdown for the chip industry. And among the best...
Based on the comments that the Chairman Powell said from the Federal Reserve yesterday, Wall Street is upset because he didn't signal that he was going to lower rates. And so they're not willing to deploy as much money into the market. That Wall Street's waiting for Powell to lower rates because that's free money, right? They're pumping money into the system.
Eating feature. How that going to work? Anyway, Match Group shares.
That's actually super cool.
Or what do you remind me what double dating is when you go out with another couple or you date two people at one time?
No, first one.
Okay.
The other one's multiple dating partners.
Okay. At the same, anyway, we check the markets for you all day long. Right here on Bloomberg Radio, I'm John Tucker. That's your Bloomberg Business Flash, Paul and Alex.
All right. Thanks so much, JT. Alex Steele here alongside Paul Sweeney. This is Bloomberg Intelligence Radio. We bring you all the top news in business, economics, and finance through our lens of our Bloomberg Intelligence folks, and we tap our amazing resources outside of Bloomberg as well. We are waiting for President Trump to deliver a major trade announcement. We'll bring that to you live as it happens. In the meantime, Brian Jacobson is chief economist at Annex Wealth Management and joins us now. Brian, major trade announcement on an economic level. Like, what do you need to see to start rejiggering models for yourself?
Yeah, I think that I would actually need to see a trade deal with a different country besides the United Kingdom. If you think about the U.S. has a trade surplus with the United Kingdom, so based on the math that was unveiled in the Rose Garden, it would actually make the argument that the U.K. should be tariffing U.S. goods instead. And if you also think about what are the main imports from the United Kingdom, you have luxury cars, pharmaceuticals. Those are likely to be subject to separate sectoral tariffs. So maybe if there's something on that front with autos, steel, pharmaceuticals, that's really what I'd be looking for, because otherwise I'm not really viewing a trade deal with the UK as being a type of blueprint for other trade deals that might come.
How about a trade deal with the from the EU, the European Union, because they're out with some pretty tough rhetoric today. That likely to be a little bit more difficult?
Probably more difficult, but also more important. It's larger as far as a trading bloc as itself, plus the trade deficit that we have with them. So it seems like that might be more of a blueprint that you could look at as far as what we could have with Japan, with China, other trading partners, those basically that we run a deficit with, which seems to be what President Trump's real focus is. And maybe that's actually why the UK is first, is if we have a trade surplus with them, it's pretty much, okay, things are fine, or we just re-ratify what we had, what was the status quo pre-Liberation Day, maybe with a few tweaks here and there. And so that was almost like the low-hanging fruit.
Mm-hmm. Well, but the 10% blanket tariff, it feels like that will also be interesting to see if a deal goes lower than that. But if it doesn't, and that's the base case, and we're going to keep it there, does that truly affect U.S. growth or global growth in a meaningful way?
Yes, I think it does. That if we see that 10% is the line in the sand, that he's not going to move on that, even with countries where we have a surplus with them, it does suggest that he's going to try to make good on what he campaigned on, which is 10% tariffs, 60% on China. And then I think actually the market might be relatively okay with that. It won't be great, but at least if that is what things are going to look like when things are all said and done, I think that the market is going to be able to at least adjust to that without having to revisit the April 8th, April 9th lows that we saw.
Do you have a recession in your forecast, Brian?
It's right now, really the conventional wisdom is it's a coin flip, but is it a balanced coin, or what are the odds of it? And I would actually say probably unlikely to have a recession, because I do think that we will ultimately get to a worst case scenario of like 10% universal tariff, 60% perhaps on China, in which case, based on the math that I've looked at, different models that I run, would suggest we're not going to get that, traditional 2 quarters in a row of a decline in real GDP. But that's not to say it's going to be without pain.
Mm-hmm. I agree with that. We are not going to see negative GDP 2 consecutive quarters. So we're not going to have an official recession. But you'll hear in the news that there's a recession, blah, 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 blah. Trump's always bad, blah, 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 blah.
U.S. will cut tariffs on UK-made cars to 10%. So as many were pointing out, that the U.S. has the trade surplus with the U.K., which makes this a very different kind of scenario. So the U.S. cutting tariffs on UK-made cars to 10%. That's according to the Telegraph. So continuing on with the economic points, is that the Fed yesterday seemed to say at the end of the day that everything was fine, that they're worried and there are a lot of headwinds potentially, but that currently we're all fine. Do you agree with that?
Well, true. Yeah. And currently, we're fine in terms of the economic data. I don't think people are feeling fine, right? It's kind of one of those things where if you're feeling a little ill, there's early signs of it, and you wonder what's the trajectory here. So things might be fine now, but what's the vector? What's the direction that we're headed? And that's not fine. And that was reflected in the policy statement where they said the risks have increased to their trying to achieve the dual goals of maximum employment and stable prices. But what I thought was really interesting is that they said that while the risks have risen, they still are balanced, where it's almost as though they're not really at the point where they feel like they need to prioritize talking about one part of their mandate over another. And I think that's really the key takeaway that I had was risks have gone up. So we're fine now, not likely going to be fine if we maintain this current trajectory. But as today is going to prove, that can change on a dime.
Brian, it looks like most Americans have a job if they want one. They're kind of spending money if they want to. Is the consumer as solid as the data suggests?
I don't think so. Really, when we're listening to the earnings calls, reading the wonderful research that you do there at Bloomberg Intelligence, that's a tremendous resource, is it really does seem like, this McRecession idea. So McDonald's reporting that it's not just lower income individuals that are feeling some pressure, but even middle income individuals. So it still remains a very topsy-turvy, almost a top-heavy consumer environment, which could be a topsy-turvy kind of environment going forward, because if you have it where it's primarily the top 20% of households by income are driving most of consumer spending, that is not a healthy environment, right? It's just like in the markets. You don't want a top-heavy market where just a few names are driving things. You want it to be much more broad-based. And I think the same thing applies to the economy, consumer spending. There are plenty of signs that if you're not in that top 20%, that there are stresses. People are experiencing anxiety over whether or not their jobs are secure. Mm-hmm. And this isn't going to resolve itself overnight or even over the course of a few weeks. There's this bullwhip effect, right? Which is the idea that if you have a small change along a supply chain, it can have an amplified effect over a longer period of time than what you anticipate. So you stop shipping from China to the United States. That's going to it's not a light switch where you can just flip it on and off and everything is fine.
So here's an interesting headline, guys. President Trump officials apparently are mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds. Couple things about that. The first trip that Trump is taking overseas, irrespective of the Pope's funeral, is to the Saudis. Mm-hmm. And Saudi Arabia is pumping more oil into the market, which incidentally is lowering oil prices.
Okay.
I'm not saying it's a one-for-one, but you have to think of these different headlines as they come. If this is like and some of the rhetoric when OPEC decided to keep pumping more oil despite lower prices and question marks about demand was in part because there were lots of other agreements that the Saudis could make with the U.S. That they needed to make in order to do that. So helping President Trump get lower oil prices might have been part of that. Unconfirmed speculation, but that's like kind of in the zeitgeist around that. So Trump officials mulling fast-tracking deals with Gulf wealth funds. Okay, before I let you go, Brian, what's going to be the most important thing now that you're looking at as we sort of roll out potential trade deals, as we got through the Fed? What's next for you?
Sure. I think that the big thing is what happens in Switzerland between the United States and China with that discussion. Mm-hmm. But outside of the tariffs, it's really just looking at how is it that businesses are continuing to adapt in this environment. We're seeing it within sectors as far as any given sector. The way in which different companies have their business models and what their supply chains look like. A famous example, right? Pepsi versus Coke, where Pepsi has a lot of their formulation coming out of Ireland, while Coke doesn't. So they have very different exposure to this tariff situation. And so I think that really what I'm looking at going forward isn't necessarily about picking the right sector. It's what are the securities within any given sector to respect the diversity of business models within the sectors for making investment decisions.
Brian, we got initial jobless claims today. Kind of came right in with expectations. 228,000 is kind of a number we've become kind of used to here. So we're not seeing any real cracks yet in the labor market, are we?
No, not so far. But, these cracks, they can sometimes break open pretty quickly. And I think that's really what I would worry about when we look at the jobs number from March. 177,000 non-farm payrolls was great, but a lot of that healthcare, of course, but then transportation and warehousing. To what extent are we going to see a big drop off in that part when we get the April numbers. Or when we get the numbers in June here. And so I'm thinking that really these cracks, they're not necessarily going to just suddenly start kind of forming. It might actually be more of an event where we suddenly see 177,000 1 month for non-farm payrolls, but then suddenly sub 100,000. Not necessarily negative, but I think you could see a big swing there. So those initial jobless claims, yeah, so far it's looking great, but those can get pretty ugly pretty quickly.
All right, Brian, really appreciate it. Brian Jacobson joining us from NX Wealth Management, chief economist there. Update you on those headlines. Telegraph reporting the U.S. is going to slash tariffs on cars like Range Rovers and other UK-made cars to 10% as part of this potential deal. The reduction will form part of a 12-month, quote, temporary agreement. In return, according to the Telegraph, the UK and U.S. will slash tariffs on beef imports and exports close to zero, although Britain will still not allow hormone-treated beef into the UK as part of the deal.
Really? Okay. So we allow that, I guess? Oh.
Yeah, we don't care. We're good. But below that 10%. So we're getting there.
Yeah.
Going to zero. So you can get that maybe on a product-to-product basis. What else do they make? They make Range Rovers? What else? Do you know?
Jaguars?
Well, I thought that was an Indian company.
No, it's an English company. No.
Okay. All right. Sure.
I mean, that's what the world founded right around the Jags. Jaguar.
Jaguar is a British car company owned by India. It used to be owned by Ford. Ford bought it and then sold it off during Lehman. And then I believe Tata bought it. All right, please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the vitamin C and magnesium and the magnesium and zinc. Really important. Like I was saying about the collagen, taking the vitamin C and magnesium and cross-linking it with the collagen with the filtered water, it's going to help with your dermal layer. So vitamin C is going to help with your skin. It's also going to help with your immune system. And the magnesium in here is going to help with your brain function. Very important. And vitamin C also soaks up free radicals. Now, magnesium and zinc boosts up your immune system and your brain function. You can get magnesium 3 different ways from my store. Getting it from the magnesium and zinc supplement, the vitamin C and magnesium, or the Boomer Boost powder that I have. Taking magnesium is really important to increase the efficacy of vitamin D3 to help with the absorption of calcium. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the magnesium and zinc, the vitamin C and magnesium, stack them together, boost up that immune system. Really important. Drink it with filtered water. Another great product that I have is the probiotics. I have it in powdered form or in veggie cap form. I take the powdered version because I take many different powders for lunch. I take the collagen and the gladiator barley, the Boomer Boost, the probiotics, the lignans. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the probiotic, either powder form or veggie cap form. And taking a good probiotic is going to help with your gut biome. A good gut biome is going to reduce inflammation, help with your immune system at the gut level, increase that mucosal lining, improve your digestion and the ability to absorb nutrients. It improves the communication between your gut and your liver and your gut and your brain. You'll be able to sleep better. You'll be able to concentrate better. And with a good gut biome, you're also improving your skin. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the probiotics. Get the probiotics, all right? And again, I prefer taking the powdered version. It's just easier for me to take for lunch. Please use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. All right, let's listen into Live Now and see what they're having to say. I guess they're not saying anything. They're just waiting for Trump to speak. Okay. All right. So what I want to do here, United CEO speaks out about Newark Airport air traffic system meltdown. No, we're not going to talk about that. Trump calls for Iran's nuclear centrifuges to be blown up. All right, let's go to that right now.
Big
big news conference later this morning about what he calls a major trade deal.
Doug Luzader joining us live now from Washington. Good morning, Doug.
Good morning, guys. For a while now, the White House has said that negotiators were closing in on a number of trade deals, and it looks like this morning they're going to take the wraps off the very first one. There are a number of reports now that this deal is with the UK. The president will not confirm that, but here's what he posted on Truth Social last night. Big news conference tomorrow morning at 10 a.m. The Oval Office concerning a major trade deal with representatives of a big and highly respected country, the first of many. Now, at the same time, the administration is moving ahead with talks with China over the weekend, trade talks, but don't look for the massive tariffs on that country's goods to come down while these talks move forward.
Are you open to pulling back your tariffs in order to get China to the negotiating table?
No. What does China need to do on fentanyl specifically? What do you want to see that?
Well, they have to stop fentanyl from coming in. That'll be a very big part. And I had that understanding with President Xi before I left last time, and we had a deal, and he would have honored the deal. But when Biden came in, of course, nothing ever happened.
And while trade talks move ahead with China, the administration is holding out hope for a nuclear deal with Iran.
We think that there is a deal here that would reintegrate Iran into the global economy, that would be really good for the Iranian people, but would result in the complete cessation of any chance that they can get a nuclear weapon. That's what we're negotiating towards.
Okay, but something Iran won't be happy about. We expect President Trump to rename the Persian Gulf to the Arabian Gulf in coming days. Iran's foreign minister says that reflects what he called hostile intent. Griffin Carly.
All right, Doug Luzader, live for us in Washington. Doug, thank you.
Thank you.
Let's bring in national security and military analyst, Dr. Rebecca Grant. Dr. Grant, good morning to you. A lot of news this morning on the Iran front. Let's first start with these two comments that President Trump made yesterday. Watch this.
I would much prefer a strong, verified deal where we actually blow them up, but blow them up or just denuke them.
Isn't the U.S. position that Iran can have an enrichment program as long as it doesn't reach the weapons?
We haven't made that decision yet. We will, but we haven't made that decision yet.
Yeah, and when he says blow them up, he meant the nuclear centrifuges. But sort of two opposing ideas from the president there. In the second clip, he was talking about how he hadn't yet made a decision on if Iran can have a civilian nuclear program. So where does that leave us this morning?
Well, clearly we are deep into these talks with possibly another round in Iran. And President Trump is 100% right. Iran can either negotiate, give up their enriched uranium, or have their nuclear facilities blown up one way or another, cyber, bombers, whatever it takes. And I think when he talks about whether they'll have civilian enrichment, you know, they have a power plant. You can buy fuel for that on the open global market. So they are really into the nitty gritty, and I think they've made big progress in getting that nuclear fuel out of Iran, and then the incentive, taking off some of the sanctions or letting Iran back into the global economy. That's what's driving this.
Okay, so Rebecca, also take a look at this. In less than 7 days, Iran could have one nuclear weapon. In 4 months, they could have 17. So that means that they have figured out the process and are just choosing not to pull the trigger. So why, and what does that mean if a deal is made now? What does that mean for the potential for a nuclear-armed Iran in the future?
So that means, Carlene, you're exactly right, that they have to take the 60% enriched uranium. That's the stock that can be rapidly enriched up to 90%, and then a little while to put it into a bomb. That has got to go out of Iran. Someone has to come literally pick it up, take it away. The Russians, somebody, so that it goes into a place that they cannot have it. They also can't have the centrifuges. And over top of all this, the UN, Rafael Grossi, the inspectors have to be able to look at every inch of all of those Iranian facilities, and they got to do something about the ballistic missiles.
Yeah, no doubt. So Doug just mentioned this at the end of his report, that President Trump is reportedly going to rename the Persian Gulf the Arabian Gulf ahead of his Middle East trip next week. Why? Because Iran certainly doesn't like this idea.
Oh, I love this, because that's what our friends in the region, like the UAE, who's only 32 miles from Iran, they already call it the Arabian Gulf versus catering to Iran with that Persian Gulf. And I think this is Iran just putting a little bit more pressure and reminding President Pezeshkian that he has got to give in on a lot of key points.
Okay, so the UAE maps already say the Persian Gulf noted, so we would just have to update ours as well. Finally, let's get to this really quickly. Vice President J.D. Vance's comments on Russia regarding the ceasefire talks. This is where he stands right now on this. Watch.
We think they're asking for too much, okay? If cool heads prevail here, we can bring this thing to a durable peace that will be economically beneficial for both the Ukrainians and the Russians, and most importantly, will stop the end of the destruction of human lives.
So the Trump administration now says that Russia is asking for too much. Your reaction to that?
So we're all frustrated, but I'm encouraged by Vance's remarks because it means they are really deep into the deal with Russia. Guarantee you, Vance also said, there are huge economic incentives for Russia with their very weak economy, very dependent on China. Those are being laid on the table in the background to try to get Putin to agree to stop fighting in Ukraine. That's what it's going to take.
Yeah, and more talks to come with Iran, Russia, and Ukraine. So, Dr. Grant, thank you so much for following it all for us this morning. We appreciate it.
I'm Steve Ducey. I'm Brian
Tillman. We're gonna pivot back to Bloomberg, but let me just plug another product here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the dual-purpose deodorants that I have. It's for males and females. You use it as a deodorant, and it'll help to detoxify your body. You can get it in peppermint, lavender, and tea tree, or in citrus. Use these every day to detoxify your body, and you use it as a deodorant. Again, for males and females, made from essential oils from the Himalayas. All natural, no aluminum, no baking soda, very high quality deodorants. Please help support my work by purchasing a few bars of these deodorants for your household. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Everything is totally steady around 225,000 initial claims.
So has Doge been in the numbers at all?
Not really materially at all. If you're looking at the capital region, if you're looking at the capital region, if you're looking at claims filed by former federal employees, it's not showing up really at all. We do know from even just from what Doge is announcing, what they've actually been able to find and cut in terms of fraud, waste, and abuse has been far less than the trillions that was promised. So has it really been happening? Not in a way that's showing up in the aggregate economic data.
Going forward, it seems like the question for the Fed is what blinks first, inflation or the unemployment rate? In your guys' models, what does blink first?
We think it's probably going to be the unemployment rate.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So this is what's really going on in the interim, right? Is this balancing act. You have this two-sided risk where you perhaps have recession risk as a consequence of bare shelves. You have stalled out investment plans. That's going to lead to slower hiring. That's going to lead to higher unemployment. On the other side of that is tariff risk boosting the potential for inflation. The question is whether that can get passed along to consumers at all. Consumers are already stretched thin. You already see credit defaults rising. You already see the savings rate especially low, around 4.2%. So we don't think that tariffs are going to end up leading to materially higher prices, at least not in the immediate term, in the near term. And so inflation isn't going to be the concern. In the near term, it's just going to be the balancing of risks. And then ultimately, it's going to be the cooling labor market that leads the Fed to cover it.
You guys have a recession in your forecast here?
Well, so we see the unemployment rate rising to nearly 5% at the end of the year. That would typically correspond to a slowdown that folks would call a recession. But we don't have an outright recession. We don't see 2 consecutive quarters of negative GDP growth. Some of that is just because of the composition of growth. So, for example, you saw material drag from net exports in the first quarter. That's going to lead to a bit of a rebound. The second quarter, as the effect of tariffs take place, it's just difficult for the contour of growth to show that of a recession because of its composition.
As we are waiting for a big trade deal, quote unquote, to be announced, what are the folks at Bloomberg Economics looking for in terms of details?
So we're sharpening our pencils. We're looking at what the Telegraph has been reporting. It looks like it's going to be a carve out for autos. I'm thinking about the average effective tariff rate on the UK, which right now is about 10%, 4 percentage points of which are on autos. If you cut the tariff on autos by about half, average effective tariff rate on the UK goes down to about 8%. And so that's helpful for folks in the UK who are charting out their growth course. But ultimately, the story in Europe is one of just how much stimulus they can get, how much space does REITs have for a budget, how much growth can they actually chart. UK should be one of the easiest trade deals for the US to negotiate along with Australia. So anything, if it ends up just being an industry level thing like autos and steel, frankly, it's a little bit disappointing given just how easy it should be for the US.
Snow's melted. What do you do now?
A little bit of fly fishing. It's already getting a bit too warm and water levels are retreating, but stocking of the rivers in the Catskills happens around April, so there is still plenty of trout.
I had no idea where you were going with that, and I was like, wait, is this a trade deal? Is snow included? But I got you.
He's like this crazy skier dude, ski patrol up somewhere.
And then now you fish when there's no skiing.
That's right. Yeah,
You don't try saltwater fly fishing too.
I did. I used to go on the Long Island Sound a zillion years ago, but not so much anymore.
Yeah, he's up in the mountains.
Wow. The things you learn.
Paul, U.S. economist, crazy ski dude. He's a U.S. economist for Bloomberg Economics.
That's the second time.
Joining us live here in our Bloomberg Interactive Broker studio here. Not calling for a recession, but boy, unemployment gets that 5%. That's a number we haven't seen in a long time. I don't think people would like that. So coming up, we got Elliot Stein, Stanford. He's a lawyer.
All right, let's go to CNN. They're talking about Pakistan says it down 25 Indian drones after new serious provocation.
Well, India's Prime Minister speaking out for the first time since Indian forces attacked what they called terrorist targets in Pakistan and in Pakistan-controlled Kashmir. Narendra Modi calling for, and I quote him here, continued alertness and strong coordination. His comments come as more shelling is reported by both sides across Kashmir's de facto border. And Pakistan is claiming it has shot down more than 24 drones that were launched from India. As we reported in detail yesterday, Pakistan is vowing to retaliate to these strikes. India says these strikes were carried out in response to the deadly massacre of more than 24 tourists last month in the Indian-controlled part of Kashmir, which it blames on Pakistan. Pakistan denies any involvement. Well, Nick Robertson has been on top of this story for us all week. He is in the Pakistani capital of Islamabad for you today. It's good to have you. Nick, let's just pick apart what we know here and drill down on the details. Tell us more about these drone attacks, if you will.
Yeah, loitering munitions, these drones that come and loiter over a target and then zero in on the target and explode. That's what Pakistani officials are saying India is sending over. Now, India has said that it sent these drones to target air defense systems. But I think when you kind of just take half a step back here and kind of look at the bigger picture, you get the sense that this is now a rolling, continuing conflict. The allegation of this, we did that. Allegation of this, we did that. The picture that emerges, it seems today, we went into last night thinking, having heard from senior Pakistani officials that they were vowing retaliation and they would retaliate for India's strikes, killing those 31 people. And we knew that there was an uptick in offensive across the line of control, the de facto border in India and Pakistan controlled.
Right now.
Red tape. Things are going to move very quickly both ways. The final details are being written up in the coming weeks. We'll have it all very conclusive, but the actual deal is a very conclusive one. We think just about everything's been approved. So good for both countries, and we'll also receive new market access for American chemicals, machinery, and many other industrial products that weren't allowed, and they'll end up getting products that they'll be able to price, and if they like them better, and we make great products, they'll be buying those products, but they were not available in the UK. Furthermore, in a historic step, the deal includes plans that will bring the United Kingdom into the economic security alignment with the United States. That's the first of its kind. So we have a big economic security blanket, and that's very important. And we feel very, very comfortable with that because it's been a great ally, truly one of our great allies. A lot of people say our greatest ally. I don't want to insult people by saying that, but I can say it's certainly one of our greatest, and right at the top. And they're the first one we're talking about. And by the way, we have many meetings planned today and tomorrow, and every country wants to be making deals. And we have a meeting, as you know, Scott will be going over to Switzerland on Saturday. That'll be very, very interesting. Let's find out. I think they want to make a deal very badly too. Both countries have agreed that the economic security is national security and will be working together as allies to ensure that we have a strong industrial base, appropriate export controls, and protections for key technologies and industries like steel. Steel is a big factor. Both countries will become stronger with steel and things necessary for military. You know, we used to build ships and other things literally at a level that nobody's ever seen. And we haven't, we've eased up, and I would say that the UK certainly eased up, but now we're going to be uneasing both, and we work together. Once again, I want to thank Prime Minister Starmer. He's been terrific for his partnership in this matter, the special relationship and external bond. It's really an external and an internal bond between our two countries will soon be stronger than ever before. We really do. We have a great relationship. I want to just say that the representatives of UK have been so professional, and it's been an honor doing business with all of them, and in particular the Prime Minister. And I'd like to introduce him now to say a few words. Mr. Prime Minister, please take it away.
Thank you, Mr. President, Donald. And this is a really fantastic, historic day in which we can announce this deal between our two great countries. And I think it's a real tribute to the history that we have of working so closely together. Can I pay tribute, Donald, to your negotiating team as well, particularly Howard and Jameson, who've done an incredible job, a very professional job, and my team as well. Two negotiating teams have worked at pace now for a number of weeks to bring in this deal today. Really important deal. This is going to boost trade between and across our countries. It's going to not only protect jobs but create jobs, opening market access. And as you say, Donald, the timing couldn't be more apt because not only was it 80 years ago today that victory came for Europe after and at the end of the Second World War, but of course on that day the UK and the US stood together as the closest of allies. And Donald, I think even down to the hour, because you may or may not know that it was about this time of day, exactly 80 years ago, that Winston Churchill announced victory in Europe, and that led to great celebrations across Europe, across America, but particularly in the United Kingdom. Literally people going out into the street, putting bunting up, going up to the palace. And so to be able to announce this great deal on the same day, 80 years forward, almost at the same hour, and as we were 80 years ago, with the UK and the US standing side by side, I think is incredibly important and makes this truly historic. That close relationship has endured over those 80 years. As you know, Donald, when it comes to defence and security and intelligence sharing, of course, there are no two countries that are closer than our two countries. And now we take this into new and important territory by adding trade and the economy to the closeness of our relationship. It is built, as you say, on those notions of fairness and reciprocal arrangements. We've always had a fair and balanced arrangement between our countries. This builds on that, hugely important for sectors like car manufacturing and for steel and aluminium and so many others. And yes, we can finish hiring out some of the details, but there's a fantastic platform here, including, of course, on the tech side, where I think I'm right in saying we're the only two Western countries with trillion-dollar sectors when it comes to tech. And in the end, it comes down to, as you say, Donald, economic security is national security. On national security, we've been absolutely the closest of allies for so many years, keeping the peace through that close alliance, that friendship. And now we add to that this deal on trade and the economy. And I want to thank you for your leadership on that, Donald, and for the way in which your team have negotiated this. I'm so pleased that we got this deal, we finalised it, and we've built an incredible platform for the future. So thank you so much. Donald, I'm now going to go and do a press conference. I think you have your press in with you. But on the details, I think if you've got Howard, we can deal with that through one of my team.
That's great. Well, Mr. Prime Minister, thank you very much. It's an honor. We're going to have a continued, maybe a better relationship than ever before. You know, I don't know if the media knows, but the U.S. and U.K. have been working for years to try and make a deal. And it never quite got there.
Yeah.
It did with this Prime Minister. So I want to just congratulate you.
Well, with this President, this Prime Minister, we've managed to achieve what many people have tried to achieve for many years. And I'm really pleased, and it feels completely historic and on a special 80-year anniversary as well. So, Donald, thank you so much. It's really good to have got this deal over the line. Tribute to both teams, tribute to our countries, and tribute to your leadership.
Well, it really is a great thing. And you go do your press conference, and I'll see you soon. Maybe speak to you later. But thank you very much. An incredible thing. I can't tell you that for so many years, even as I sat, everybody talked and talked and talked about a deal. It just seemed like a natural deal, but it was not done. But now it was done with us. So I feel very proud to have been a part of it. Keir, thank you very much.
Thanks, Donald, and we'll speak again soon.
Very good. So long. Bye. Why don't I do this? Why don't I have our Secretary of Commerce, Howard Lutnick, give a little description of the deal pretty quick, and then the good side, the very nice side, we'll be speaking about it also, maybe from so you get a pretty equal. I think it's a very it's just been a deal that was, we thought, very complicated. It became very simple. It's opening up the country that we really didn't have the kind of access to that I would have thought. I was surprised. I think it's why the deal never got done before. It was, you know, they've been working on this deal for 25 years. And we got it done, and we got it done. Really, it's going to be great for both countries. So, Sarah, if you could go, and then somebody else, you may have your picture, whoever you want who'd like to do it. I have a feeling you're going to do it, right? So you guys go ahead, and then we'll take questions right after that. But I think you'll get a pretty good understanding of how big it is. It's a very large deal, very big deal. And Howard, go ahead.
So the UK is the 6th largest economy in the world and the 4th largest that we export to, right? So it's a huge market, a top 10 market. If you remember Liberation Day, they were at 10% because we have balanced trade with the UK, right? They say they have a surplus, but of course that counts gold bullion, which is, so let's just call it balanced trade. So how do you open up a market in balanced trade? People think it's impossible. They've always thought it was impossible until President Trump came on the scene and changed the way things work. So here's what we've got. We've opened up new market access, ethanol, beef, machinery, all the agricultural products. They've agreed to open their markets, and that will add $5 billion of opportunity to American exporters. So the question is, why would they do that now? Because they've never done it before. And we still have our 10% tariff on, which will produce $6 billion of revenue for the United States. So the idea was, how do they keep their jobs, protect their economy, and do the best for their people while opening the market for us? And the way is they studied it, their team was exceptional, and they tried to figure out the markets that they're importing from other people and try to send them over to America. So why were they always favoring others and not us? And what they've done is they found ways to do that so that we have new access, right? But the UK workers are protected, and that was the balance. So we did a deal with them in automobiles, and you know, if you're not building here, we charge you a 25% tariff. But the president, and by the way, I want to make this clear, while Jameson and I worked hard, This was the president's deal. And people think, oh, that's not the way it works. If you got to sit next to him, I have the best deal maker to my left. And if you don't think that we take advantage of him calling the prime minister, getting that deal done, you don't understand who's the president of the United States. So he's the closer. He gets deals done that we could never get done because he understands business, he understands deals, and that's why we're here today. So he agreed they could send 100,000 cars into America and only pay a 10% tariff. And that protects their car industry. And remember, we do 16 million cars a year. So this is only like 0.6%. But for the UK auto people, this is tens of thousands of jobs that the president agreed that he would protect for them. So he made that deal, right? Then steel and aluminum, right? Their steel business has been destroyed like everybody else has been destroyed by people dumping steel into their markets. And British Steel had announced it was closing down. So the British government, as part of this deal, nationalized British Steel, and they're going to match the kinds of models we do. They'll put tariffs on, they'll put quotas on. They want to do it with America so they can be part of the resurgence of steel and aluminum in America. And that saves them, again, thousands and thousands of jobs.
That's a smart idea, especially when there's an alliance between the UK and the United States with manufacturing of weapon systems, especially the Navy, because that is where the game is going to be in Asia. It's a genius move.
There's going to be an announcement in the UK that they are buying $10 billion worth of Boeing planes later today, but I'm going to let the name of the airline announce it because that's theirs to do. But part of this deal was always to do it together and to do it strong. And you can see the numbers on this board. Everything about this board works exceptionally well for the United States of America. It lays out the plan that you can work with us in autos, you can work with us with aero and commercial, you can work with us in pharmaceuticals if you have a supply chain that is secure and protected in national security. So we feel really good about the deal. You've heard the Prime Minister, he feels really good about the deal, right? And we started at 10% and we ended at 10%. And the market for America is better. And this is a perfect example of why Donald Trump produced Liberation Day.
This is a perfect example on when you have a president that actually worked in business and not a lawyer. See, we've had too many lawyers as president, and it has weakened our standing in the world and weakened us domestically. Well, now America's back.
To echo the President and the Prime Minister, when we talk about VE Day, this is something we've been waiting for decades, and there's no more appropriate day to do this. And when we step back and we look back a few weeks from now, or months from now, or years from now, we'll look back at this day and better appreciate the significance, I think. And I'll just say as well, in terms of negotiating, I mean, UK negotiators, you know, we've got one right here, did an incredible job, right? This is why you win wars, right? When you act like this. And the ambassador, he knows more about trade than a lot of us here based on his background. And I would say on this deal, Mr. President, what we've shown is that it is time to change the way we do trade. People said we couldn't do a global tariff. We did a global tariff. They said no one would want to deal with us. People want to deal. They said no one would give offers. You saw that stack of offers I showed you yesterday, all those countries. Said we wouldn't get deals, and here we are with the deal. With the 6th largest economy, we've agreed to have fair and reciprocal trade, and we've done it in record time.
Thank you very much, sir. Great job.
Thanks, sir.
Well, Mr. President, thank you very much indeed in hosting us this morning. And thank you very much indeed also for that very typical 11th hour intervention by you with your phone call to the President, demanding even more out of this deal than any of us expected. So thank you for that. The Prime Minister was delighted, obviously, to take that call late at night. But you took it to another level. And I think the point I would make is twofold. One is that if we're going to rebalance and rebuild international trade in a way that serves all our interests, then we're better doing that together than separately and apart, and that's what we're on a mission to do. But secondly, you've done what you said you would do. You said to the Prime Minister when he came and we visited in the Oval that you would do a good trade deal with the United Kingdom, that you would do it at pace, and that we would be first. And you have delivered that. You've been true to your word. So thank you very much indeed for that. For us, it's not the end. It's it's the end just of the beginning. I mean, there is yet more we can do in reducing tariffs and trade barriers so as to open up our markets to each other even more than we're agreeing to do today. But it also provides us with the platform, the springboard, to do what I think will be even more valuable for both our countries in the future, and that's creating a technology partnership between the United States and the United Kingdom so that we can harness science and technology in order to create future industries and future jobs, and to do that together in the way we work so closely already in the national security and defense area. We can just take that to yet further areas of science, enterprise and endeavor. So we're looking forward to doing that in the coming months. You've launched us extremely well today. It just, in my view, as the Prime Minister has said, just shows what two countries who trust each other, who are confident in each other and are familiar with each other can do, not just for ourselves, but for the rest of the world who need to benefit from a bigger and better international trading system.
Thank you very much. It was beautifully stated. What a beautiful accent. I'd like to have that accent. Thank you. My mother would be proud. Thank you very much.
James Matthews from Sky News.
Yes.
And can I ask, why Britain and why now? And you described this deal as a full and comprehensive deal, and yet we've just heard from Mr. Manuel said it's the end of the beginning. Clearly, there's much more work still to do. With respect, are you overstating the reach and significance of this deal because you're a president who needs a result at a difficult time?
I think that it's a great deal for both parties. It's for us. We're opened up. I didn't know how closed it was. Quite closed, the market, as you know, the UK, and it opens up a tremendous market for us, and it works out very well, and a lot of assets. You see the chart, and those are tremendous assets. But we've been trying, and when you say why us, meaning your country, we've been trying for years, and they've been trying for years to make a deal, including when I was in the first term. It would always be people talking, but they weren't getting it done. But for 25 years before that, they were trying always to make a deal, a very significant deal. I actually, until I looked at the numbers, I didn't realize this is a very conclusive deal, but we think we can grow it even from that. But this is a maxed out deal, not like you said it. You said it really incorrectly. This is a maxed out deal that we're going to make bigger, and we make it bigger through growth. But we have tremendous assets involved. I was surprised to see how big your country is in trade, actually. One of the biggest in technology and so many other things. It's agriculture. I really didn't know. It's depending on your definition, it's from 4 to 5 to 6. That's pretty big in the world. So I was very impressed by that. But we're going to take it to new levels. It's a very big deal right now, but I think it is going to grow just of its own volition. It's going to grow, and over time there'll be changes made. There'll be adjustments made because we're flexible. We'll see things that we can do even better. But it's very conclusive, and we think everyone's going to be happy, and the people of your country are going to be very impressed with the result, and they'll be able to buy from more people. They'll be able to price things differently. They'll be able to get some products that aren't available to them now that we make better than anybody in the world. And it's just something that it's a great thing that it came together. It's so nice because we have many countries want to make a deal. And many countries are very unhappy that we happen to choose this one, to be honest with you. But it's a long time, our oldest ally, or just about, because a couple of people claim that too, but let's put it right at the top. I think it's going to be something very special for UK and special for the United States.
Thank you, Mr. President. Brady Race with the Daily Caller. How close are you to more deals, and when do you expect the next to be announced?
Well, very close. We have numerous deals. I know Howard's going back. As soon as this is finished, your press conference, he's got numerous. And Scott, who's right over here, who's fantastic, by the way. You were great on television this morning. I watched you. You gave them a little lesson in the world and economics. But Scott's going to be going to Switzerland, meeting with China. And, you know, they very much want to make a deal. We can all play games. Who made the first goal? Who didn't make them? Doesn't matter. It only matters what happens in that room. But I will tell you that China very much wants to make a deal. We'll see how that works out. Every country throughout the last 40, 50 years has literally ripped off the United States on trade, on military, on protection, on all the different things. And we are now making fair deals. And in this case, it's great because we really weren't very much involved. You have the European Union, which is, I think you made the right decision years ago. I don't know if you remember, I was opening up Turnberry the day that you were voting. And they asked me, would it happen or would it not happen? I said, no, I think they're going to go their own separate way. I think it's better for them. And they did. I think it's going to end up being a very smart decision. But a big part of that decision was always that you'd be able to make a deal with the United States. And they were unable to do that. But now they made it. And it's a tremendous, it's very important. That was always a big part of your decision on Brexit. And they were never able to make that deal. It was a tough one. And this one it's amazing with time. This one just went very smoothly, went quickly and smoothly. And a lot of common sense, as I like to say. It's tremendous common sense, but it's going to make your country much bigger in terms of trade, and it's going to make our country much bigger in terms of trade, too. Yes, sir. Behind you.
Oh, yes. I'm going to the BBC. Thank you, Mr. President. You mentioned the BBC.
Oh, good. Very nice.
Thank you. You mentioned beef exports. The UK currently doesn't accept American beef because of its own food standards. Are you calling on the UK to accept all American beef and chicken products?
Well, I think they'll take what they want. We have plenty of it. We have every type. We have every classification you could have. As you know, Bobby Kennedy is doing a tremendous job, and he's, I think, probably heading toward your system with no chemical, no this, no that. And I think we're heading that way. It seems to be. And but we have that also. So we're a very big country. We have a lot of beef. We're a very big country. So it'll be great. Yes. Yes.
You want me to talk?
Yes.
Let's talk about American beef really quickly, and it can't be understated. I'm Rick Rollins, by the way, how important this deal is and what this means to American farmers and ranchers. Specific to the beef, this is going to exponentially increase our beef exports. And to be very clear, American beef is the safest, the best quality, and the crown jewel of American agriculture for the world. So I think a really important part of this deal isn't just the ethanol reducing tariffs from 19 to 0, which for our row croppers is a huge deal, but also for beef. And as we move forward, I know our incredible trade team is looking at all of the meats, all of the produce, really all of our agriculture exports. And I don't know if there's an industry that has been treated more unfairly and has suffered more than our agriculture industry. So we look forward to, I'll be in the UK on Monday, talking to my counterpart over there for next week, and I look forward to moving that out across the country. The president is
I think we can say that we have the best in the world, best tractors, the best everything in the world. And they say that our agriculture is, second to none. You understand, and it'll be a great asset. People are going to be able to have options, choice, and they'll have more of it. And that usually means lower prices. How about we'll do you and then you?
A follow-up question for the Italian TV, Daniele Compatangelo, LA7, TV 2000, Primetime Media. So congratulations for the deal. We see a big revenues from the chart. But what's the rest of Europe? It's a victory day, but other European countries, it seems like they're losing.
We intend to make a deal with Europe. We have found that the European Union treated us extremely unfairly, very difficult, and hurt themselves in doing so. and they very much want to make a deal. We'll be dealing with them. We are dealing with them currently, so that'll cover pretty much the rest of it. But this was separate because of Brexit in particular. This was a separate deal. And it always seems so natural. I mean, all the media would say that this seemed to be like, why did this happen 25 years? Why didn't it happen a long time ago? And it was always amazing to me. Somebody would say, hey, we got to make a deal. We have to make a deal. But this deal just fell into place. The Prime Minister did a fantastic job. His representatives are total professionals, and they got along well. And it just seemed to work. And I think one of the reasons it did is because we blew up the whole system. If we would have just been dealing with you separately or, country by country, we blew up the whole system. It was very unfair to the United States. And I think because of that, this worked out so nicely. And I'm honored that it was the first deal. Please.
Sir, you mentioned.
Well, why don't you go in the back, yes?
Oh, thanks, sir. I'm with the London Times. I'll say this is a great day for James Bond because now Aston Martins will be available to American buyers. Even better by extending it to film. You've talked about a big tariff on films, and we'd like to know if there'll be relief on British.
Well, we're going to have a discussion on that separately. And as you know, we're putting tariffs on that particular film, you said, the movie makers. And we're going to be doing some tariffs to get them because a lot of them have left this country. They all live here. The money comes from here. Everything comes from here, but they make them in other countries. So we're going to do something to bring them back, maybe to a large extent. But James Bond has nothing to worry about that, I can tell you. James Bond. And Sean Connery was a friend of mine. Sean Connery was responsible for my getting zoning in Aberdeen. He said, let the bloody bloke build his golf courses. I was like 4 years into the process and it was impossible in Aberdeen. And he just stood up one day and he said that. As soon as he said that, I got the approvals in about 2 minutes. So he was a great guy, Sean Connery. And
later in the year. Are you going to Scotland and to
I will be. We have a lot of investment over there. We have Turnberry, Aberdeen. We have, as you know, in Doonbeg in Ireland, right on the ocean. They're all in the ocean. I only have interest if they're on the ocean. And we have good investments over there. It's been beautiful. Yes?
Mr. President, if the talks go well this weekend between Secretary Bessent and Ambassador Greer, their Chinese counterparts, not preemptively, but if the talks go well, would you then consider lowering the tariff rate on China?
Well, it could be. I mean, we're going to see right now. You can't get any higher. It's at 145, so we know it's coming down. I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I always got along very well with President Xi. That relationship was greatly disturbed by COVID when COVID came in, but we get along very well now. I mean, the relationship was hurt with a lot of people, a lot of countries when COVID came in. But I think we're going to have a very good relationship. I expect to have a very good relationship with China, Scott. I think it's a very friendly meeting. They look forward to doing it in an elegant way. China, as you know, has a tremendous trade surplus with us, so we just can't have that. And but I think it's going to be very good for both countries. I would like to see China open. One of the big things here is, and nobody would know this, but the UK was largely closed. It was very much closed to trade, and now it's opened. And a lot of the financial reporters are very happy about that because so much. I've listened to them. Oh, I hope they get countries opened up. And then you compete on a fair basis, but you can't compete when you're not allowed to go there. China would be the number one example of that. It's very close. We almost had it last time before COVID, and that didn't work out. But we made a great deal with China. They had to buy $50 billion worth of our food products, and it was a great deal, doing very well for our farmers. And then when Biden came in, as usual, nothing happened. He didn't enforce it. And it got less, and ultimately, destroyed a great deal. That was a great deal. But no, I think that we're going to have a good weekend with China. I think they have a lot to gain. I do think they have far more to gain than we do in a sense, but we're going to have I think we're going to have a very good weekend.
Will you speak to Xi after the weekend talks?
I might, yeah, sure, depending on what Scott says. We Scott is doing certain countries and Howard's doing certain countries. I mean, I wish I had like 10 more of each. Then we could do them all at one time. But there will be a time we'll do a number of them. then there'll be a time, and I think I can say this, Scott and Howard, where we're just going to say, because we understand the countries, we understand what they want, where we're just going to make the deal. In other words, we don't need the country involvement because we've already had it. And we'll say this particular country, which had big surpluses, let's say, we had therefore deficits, that this particular country is going to pay a 25% tariff or 30% or 50% or 10% or whatever it may be. This was, I think we should explain it now. One of the things we did here that we'll rarely do is on cars, we took it from 25 to 10 on Rolls-Royce because Rolls-Royce is not going to be built here. I wouldn't even ask them to do that. You know, it's a very special car, and it's a very limited number too. It's not, you know, one of the monster car companies that makes millions of cars. They make a very small number of cars that are super luxury, and that includes Bentley and Jaguar. So we have some very special cars. So in order to help that industry, and that's really, you know, handmade stuff. They've been doing it for a long time in the same location. And I said, yeah, that would be good. Let's help them out with that one. But that's different than a car company that comes out and makes millions of cars, which they'll be doing in our country. They can build, we have many factories, car plants being built or going to be built very soon. I think we can say that we'll be close to $10 trillion of investment. I think we're actually at that number now if you add up some of the ones we haven't heard about yet. I mean, we have some going up right now. They have plants going up and they haven't even spoken to us. They're doing it because of the tariffs. And tariffs have always been used against us. And I never understood. I used to sit back, as you know, China paid hundreds of billions of dollars in tariffs when I was president. But until then, China never paid anything. And, you know, they really did a big number on us from the standpoint of trade. But we are using tariffs now for our benefit. And we have now close to $10 trillion. To think of that, 10 trillion. If you look at the past administration, and we're talking about over, you know, essentially 2 months, because we could say 3, but it took a little while to get the office in perfect shape, right? It took a little while to get things done. But once we started, when you think of that, close to $10 trillion of investment, you've had years where the United States wouldn't do that in a whole, wouldn't do 1 trillion in a year, wouldn't do anywhere near 1 trillion. We did 10 trillion in 2 months. So it's amazing what's happening. We're getting calls from, and that has to do with chips, has to do with cars. We used to make chips. We had Intel, and we used to make chips. We had a monopoly on chips. Everything was made here. And now, over a period of years, because of presidents that didn't know what they were doing, they allowed that business to be stolen from us. Most of it moved to Taiwan. And you probably were in the same position, right? Because you had a lot of the chip making capacity, but they moved it in. And if we would have said, that's fine, if you want to move it to Taiwan, that's good. But if you want to sell back into the United States, we're going to put a 50% or 100% tariff on, they would have never left. But we had people sitting here that didn't understand that, and it's too bad. But now they're coming back because I'm saying it about 40 years too late, but they're coming back. As you know, we have the biggest chip makers in the world spending, in one case, 300 billion, in one case, 500 billion, same as Apple, and in another case, 200 billion. And we're going to have a large share, a very, very substantial share of the chip making market.
You said that this weekend is going to be a friendly visit, but do you expect that it will just be a formality to break the ice, or are they going to get into substantive negotiations?
I believe so, yes. I believe it's substantive, yes. I think people like to say, yes, we're having a meeting to meet. Well, we're meeting, so what are we going to do? Talk about meeting again? I think it's going to be substantive. I think we can say that. It's good. Very substantive. Now, China wants to do something, and they have to at this point. You know, essentially, they made $1 trillion a year, and now they have absolutely, you know, no business because of the tariffs. They have no business, and they want to have business, and we want them to have business. We want them to do well. We want them to do very well. So I think it's going to be very substantive.
Because business has slowed down, as you mentioned, we're seeing as a result, the ports here in the U.S., the traffic has really slowed, and now thousands of dock workers and truck drivers are worried about their jobs.
That means we lose less money. You know? When I see that, that means we lose less money. Look, China was making over $1 trillion, 1.1 trillion, in my opinion. You know, different numbers from 500 billion to $1 trillion or $1 trillion. I think it was 1.1 trillion. And frankly, if we didn't do business, we would have been better off. Okay, you understand that. So when you say it slowed down, that's a good thing, not a bad thing. But we're going to make it so they can. I'd like to say they can do better, actually, in terms of the bottom line. We'd like to see China opened up so we can compete in China and, you know, give people something that they've never had, you know, access to something. And it'd be great for the world. It would be great for our businesses. And I think it would be great for friendship. I really expect a lot of people think I'm a militant guy. I'm really not. I think that trade can bring a greater friendship with China. It can be something good. But, you know, one of the things that I know Scott's going to be talking about very high on the list is open up and let our businesses go into China. Because when you talk about a closed country, that's a really closed country. And I think it would be great if it was opened up. It'd give people a lot of choice and would create a lot of jobs, a lot of everything. So I think it would be a great thing for China. And that's going to be one of the things we'll be discussing, like we discussed with UK.
So what does Britain have to do for you to drop the baseline 10% tariff that you will maintain?
Well, I think that's set because that has to do with a lot of different things, including past. You know, there are a lot of past things that we've done. This is very inclusive. We included everything, and that's pretty well said. Yeah, please.
Yeah, Mr. President, the 10% baseline tariff remaining in place, is that a template for these future trade deals? You say you're going to keep it here.
No.
Is it going to stay in every case?
No, that's a low number. They made a good deal. Some will be much higher because they have massive trade surpluses, and you know, in many cases they didn't treat us right. One thing with UK, they had somewhat closed, not like a China as an example, but they always treated us with great respect. They treated us with great respect. The template of 10 is probably the lowest end, and therefore they made that deal. But they we've had just a very special relationship with them. Like I won't do that deal with cars. I mean, unless somebody shows me that there's another kind of a car that's comparable to a Rolls Royce. Then there aren't too many. This is a good commercial for Rolls Royce. I'm going to order a lot of cars, and I wonder whether you like to buy. Well, the last time this happened, I would be happy to suggest a discount, obviously a very modest discount. We have to protect our profit margins. I've had many of them, actually. The last time that happened, I ended up buying a Tesla.
I had a question about the UK deal today. I heard there was talk that part of the agreement would depend on whether the UK would respect free speech and freedom of religion. I know the VP is really interested in that, talked about that earlier this year. Was there any assurances that you guys got on that front?
You want to handle that?
Yeah, that was not part of the conversation. Our conversation was an economic conversation from start to finish, closed by the president yesterday. This was a business deal, open their markets and also protect their workers, grow our markets, and help our workers.
This was about business religion. Business is sort of a semi-religion, but not nearly as important. I don't want to get myself.
Surgeon General, will you be asking China to help you close, the gap between Ukraine and Russia?
I think so. Yeah. I think it's a natural thing to ask.
What do you expect?
Sure. I don't know. I think we're making good progress. The fighting is a little bit different than it was. I think if we weren't involved, Russia would be, going at it to maybe get the whole thing without our involvement and be able to get it. Because we supplied a lot of different things, foolishly, but we've been sort of paid back by doing the rare earth deal that I talked about before. I think that I think that we will be very much involved in trying to get that bloodbath. It's a bloodbath. It's a horrible situation. 5,000. It's really more than that. But it's 5,000 soldiers on average a week, mostly soldiers, are being killed. Young, beautiful people. I mean, they're being killed. I see the satellite pictures coming back, body parts lying all over fields, heads and arms. It's so terrible. I've never seen anything like it, actually. And if we can get that stopped, that will be a great accomplishment. And we're trying very hard. And I think we're close. And Mr. Witkoff is talking constantly back and forth. He's a real professional. He's got a great relationship with both countries. And I think we have a good chance. And likewise, we're trying to work on Iran to get that solved without having to get into any bombing, as we say, big bombing. I don't want to do that. I want them to work together. I want them to be very successful.
President Edward Lawrence from Fox Business. On the non-market barriers, how did you get the UK to bend? And what was the 11th hour deal or ask?
Well, I think it was really just a part of the overall. I mean, they have so many things that are so good for them. It's going to be so good for the country. And that was sort of easy. We had non-market, I call it non-market or non-monetary trade barriers. And we have quite a few of them, not nearly as bad as some countries. Some countries have, they have virtually no tariff, but the rest of it is so brutal you can't do business with them, right? So it's a very important question, actually. No, I think the overall deal just worked out very well from their standpoint. They were willing to give that in order to get other things. And you might want to speak to that, Mr. Invest.
Well, the point about the deal is that we will continue reducing tariffs and non-tariff barriers. This is a continuing picture. It's a movie. It's not a still picture here. It's a movie. It continues. And we're both committed to freeing up trade between our countries. We're both committed to freeing up investment between our countries. And the point about this deal is that it provides a very good template and a very good launch pad for what we can continue to do and build on in the future. And that's what we're both determined to do.
Many of the keep it confidential. How about just one more little thing, right? They got the deal closed, and it was handled very well from the other side too. But many of these things that we're talking about, we've been talking about this for 25 years. It's hard to explain when if you weren't sitting behind this beautiful Resolute desk, you just wouldn't get it. I have been hearing about making a deal with UK for 25 years. And especially around the time of Brexit. They wanted to make a deal, so they came out of Brexit and they make a deal, and how natural. And it just couldn't be done. It couldn't be done. Good people. And this is a bigger deal. This is a much bigger, better, stronger deal for both of us than we ever even contemplated before. It's a big deal.
Virtually everyone said that it would end in failure, it would end in tears, and it's ended in exactly the opposite.
Yeah.
But, Mr. President, can I say that that is due to Secretary Lutnick and Ambassador Greer have been absolutely fantastic. But yesterday I received a call, a very diplomatic call that just edged things over the line, and that was from your new ambassador in the United Kingdom.
Oh, it's terrific. Right?
Warren Stevens, he's here.
Where is Warren?
Hello, Warren. He's flying to London tomorrow night. He's going to be very popular with the British people. He's going to be a very successful ambassador.
Under nomination, were you disappointed?
And he's got plenty of cash. Plenty of cash.
Are you planning
are you planning to meet Ursula von der Leyen, the president of the European Council?
Oh, she's so fantastic, right? She's so fantastic. I hope we're going to meet. Yeah, the answer is yes. I saw her a few years ago. And I think that we'll definitely meet. The European Union is a big thing. They want to make a deal very badly. Everybody wants to make a deal. Look, everybody wants to make a deal with the United States. And we're doing that. We're going to make fair deals. I'm just honored that this was the first one. Go ahead, please.
Federal Reserve Chairman, Mr. President, says that you would have to call him for a meeting. Do you plan to meet with him? And what do you think about?
It's like talking to a wall. He should be. Well, the Bank of England cut, China cut, everybody's cutting but him. I don't know. We'll see what happens. It's a shame. I call him Too Late, Too Late Powell, that's his nickname, and it's a shame, it's ridiculous, so meaning he's always too late. But in this case, it's not gonna matter that much because our country is so strong, we're so powerful in terms of economic strength and what we've done, and I'll tell you what, if we didn't have our first term, you wouldn't be, we created things in the first term, we cut more regulations than any president in history. We cut the taxes more than anybody in history. And a very big factor is going to be the tax bill that we have right now, the one big beautiful bill, as we call it, which is all encompassing, biggest tax cuts ever in history, bigger than even the first time. And the incentives, even great for the UK, because it'll make us so strong that we're going to be doing more business with you. It's a very important element for taxes, for every aspect, regulation cuts. That bill is, I believe it's the biggest bill of its kind ever in the history of this country. And Speaker Johnson and Leader Thune have done an incredible job. I mean, I'll let you know, we have to get a vote, but we have a lot of support for that bill. And if that happens on top of all of these trade deals that we're doing, this country will hit a point that you better go out and buy stock now. Let me tell you, this country will be like a rocket ship that goes straight up. This is going to be numbers that nobody's ever seen before. That's a very important element of all of this. If we get that. If you don't, and the Democrats are fighting it only because they want to fight. They have Trump derangement syndrome. If it was somebody else, they wouldn't fight. If you had a normal person and some stiff sitting behind you, they'd be fine. But they have Trump derangement syndrome. Senator Schumer's become a Palestinian. Welcome. I don't know when they're going to give him the ceremony, whatever the ceremony may be. It's terrible what's happened to the Democrats. So very, very important element of everything, of what we're doing. Unrelated to today, but related in the sense that we'll do, if that passes, we'll do even more business with the UK. We'll have so much. It's the biggest tax cut in history. It's going to make our country zoom. It's going to be incentive, as you know, with the deduction for basically for work. You work, you build, you plant, etc. Deduction. It's going to be the biggest. It's the biggest bill of its kind ever passed. Maybe the biggest bill ever passed. That's why we call it the one big beautiful bill.
You just announced a new nominee for the U.S. Surgeon General who never finished her residency and is not a practicing physician. So can you explain why you picked her to be America's top doctor?
Because Bobby thought she was fantastic. She's she's a brilliant woman who went through Stanford, and as I understand it, she basically wanted to be an academic as opposed to a surgeon. I think she graduated first in her class at Stanford. And Bobby really thought she was great. I don't know her. I listened to the recommendation of Bobby. I met her yesterday and once before. She's a very outstanding person, a great academic, actually. So I think she'll be great.
You're nominating for U.S. Attorney of D.C. Do you have a backup plan if this Senate?
Oh, I do, yeah, but he's a terrific person. And he wasn't getting the support from people that I thought. He's done a very good job. Crime is down 25% in D.C. During his period of time. I'm very disappointed in that, but I have so many different things that I'm doing now with the trade. One person, I can only lift that little phone so many times in a day. But we have somebody else that will be great. I just want to say Ed is unbelievable, and hopefully we can bring him into whether it's DOJ or whatever, in some capacity, because really outstanding. To me, it was disappointing, I'll be honest. I have to be straight. I was disappointed. A lot of people were disappointed, but that's the way it works sometimes. That's the way it works. And he wasn't rejected, but we felt it would be hard. And we have somebody else that we'll be announcing over the next 2 days who's going to be great.
With companies like Ford and Mattel recently saying they're going to raise prices on certain products, how long do you think the American public is going to be patient and wait for you?
Well, I think they're saying that just to try and negotiate deals with me. They're not. Look, tariffs are the most misunderstood thing maybe in any form of business, anywhere in business. Oftentimes the country picks them up. Oftentimes the company picks it up. The people don't pick it up. Okay, the people don't pick it up. And if Ford did that, they wouldn't sell any cars. And if Mattel, I don't know if I'm not so sure. They also said they're the only country I've heard. They said, well, we're going to go counter. We're going to try going someplace else. That's okay. Let him go, and we'll put 100% tariff on his toys, and he won't sell one toy in the United States, and that's their biggest market. I heard that. I mean, I watched this guy talking about how I'm going to go counter. I said, well, I wouldn't want to have him as an executive too long. The Ford people I know very well, what they're doing is negotiating with us by saying that. But we don't think that's going to happen. Look, I put out a truth today, and it said that gas is down, gasoline is down, energy is down, groceries are down, eggs are down. I mean, eggs, thank you very much, but eggs are down. When I came in the first week, you guys hit me with eggs. I said, what the hell happened with eggs? Eggs were up like 170% and going up, and they said, don't order any for Easter. And we were thinking about ordering plastic eggs like everybody was doing. And Brooke did a fantastic job, agriculture. Brooke did a fantastic job. And we had hundreds of thousands of eggs out here on the lawn just 2 weeks ago at Easter. But you take a look at the cost. Energy's down. Even interest rates are down. Now, if the chairman of the Fed, Jerome, if he would lower interest rates like China did, like I think UK did, but like numerous other countries have done, it's like jet fuel, it'd be great. But he doesn't want to do it. I think he doesn't want to do it. Probably he's not in love with me. I think that's right. It's sort of a crazy reason, but that's the way life is. Anybody in his position would be like jet fuel. But even without that, we're doing well. But remember this, I've watched you people reporting over the last few months that if we do this, prices are going to go through. Well, groceries are down. All of this stuff is down. Lumber is down. Oil is gone to, we have that thing broke 60, right? $60 a barrel. And $1.98, $1.99 in some cases. And heading in that direction. No, I think it's been amazing, actually. And what that's good for, it gives the consumer more money, and it gives them a better life, because we just came out of the worst inflation, in my opinion, in the history of our country. They say 48 years. But Biden really screwed it up. He screwed up energy. And he spent too much money. He was spending it on, Green New Scam. And that's like throwing the money. See that beautiful window behind? Take money, throw it right out that window, because it's the same thing. He spent $10 trillion. He wasted it. Not only was it bad, it was a negative. It wasn't even like it helped a little bit. It was a real negative. And then on top of it, they let 21 million people into our country without any identification, they just let them in. It's very, very sad. Well, we'll do one or two more.
$1.99 gas. Why does the city of Pakistan?
Who you with? I'm with the how concerned are you about the UK's reliance on China? Chinese money in the money markets, Chinese exports.
We're not concerned.
Is that something that came up in discussions?
I'm not concerned about anything. If I was, I wouldn't even be here right now. If I was concerned about anything, and it wouldn't be that, but I wouldn't be here right now. No, we're not concerned. We're going to have, I believe, a very good relationship with China, and a fair relationship, and it'll get bigger and it'll grow. It'll grow. As an example, if they open up the country, that'll be the best thing China ever did for itself. They don't know that yet because, it's been a different system. But that'll be the greatest thing that ever happened to China. The people will be happier. They'll buy for less. They'll see things that they never saw before, and they'll be buying them. And it'll really create great long-term peace.
And if I could ask one of the Agriculture Secretary, actually, it's not a concern about chlorinated chicken and the import of formalin treated beef. Has that question been addressed, resolved in these talks, or is that something for the continuing negotiations?
Well,
James.
I would just say that it's very clear, and we have in the heads of terms that we are going to discuss all of these types of issues, and obviously the importing country, whether it's us or them, you got to follow the rules on those types of things. But our point is the rules need to make sure that they are based on science, and that's our expectation. We know the UK believes that too, so we want to come to an accommodation. We want the consumers in each country to be able to choose what they want and give the information that they want.
Okay. We have an incredible EPA led by Administrator Zeldin that is on this. So the talks continue, but we are very, very confident in our products, and what the president
great
is going to
product.
open up the markets is unprecedented for these farmers here in
Wall Street, as they watched this, and you saw the stock market decline sharply after Liberation Day, and it's rallied back since then.
Well, and that's really rally, because, don't forget, they said this is all a pipe dream. And this is a tough one. Somebody would say, well, this is easy. This is much tougher, I think, than any other deal, because they've been at it for so many years, decades, trying to make this deal. And it's very conclusive, and it's a great deal, and it's a very big deal, actually. And now this is just the beginning. We're going to be having conferences, or at some point we won't have. We'll just put out a statement that we just signed this country, that country, and after a number of these are done, nobody has enough people to do it. We're just going to put out X country is going to pay this, and if they open up, they're going to do this and that, and then they're going to be open up. Everybody wants to be here. I say this is where they want to be shopping. They want to shop in this country because we have the consumer. We have the consumer like nobody else. And, if this country went bad, the whole world would go bad. But we really saved it from going bad. Yeah.
So, can I ask you about the air traffic control issue? Are you looking at getting new software and new
I'm glad you asked me about it, because I'm just going to be talking to now the heads of the airlines and everything else. So I was all set before we had the rigged election to give out a brand new gorgeous system to one company that was going to do the whole thing, one of the best companies in the world that you know very well. There are 3 or 4 of them that do it. And when they took over, Buttigieg, who has no clue, he drives to work on his bicycle with his, in all fairness, with his husband on the back, which is a nice, loving relationship. But he didn't have a clue. This guy didn't have a clue. And he's actually a contender for president. Between him and Crockett, you can have that party. But he didn't know what he was doing. And he took what they call dry systems where you have wires in the earth, buried in the earth or whatever. And then you have the open air systems where you have satellites. And you can't mesh them. Anybody would know that if you went through about 2 months of study in school, if you studied that kind of thing. And he did. They spent tens of billions of dollars trying to take old, broken equipment and merging it into existing new equipment with brand new equipment. It's one of the greatest. They spent like $40 billion. And what they did is they made it worse because it doesn't work together. You can't make it work together. If you have a satellite system, you need satellite. If you don't, they had all these different technologies, some of them 50 years old, and they're trying to mesh them in. And they end up spending twice the money they should have. You could have bought a whole new system. So we have a very good guy who you all know, Sean Duffy, is head of transportation. And I've given him a 10-minute lesson in buying, and he's become really good. And we are now in the market to buy a gorgeous brand new system. The helicopter that crashed into the plane at 400 feet, it shouldn't have been. What would have happened is all sorts of bells and sirens would have been going off 3 minutes before that accident happened, if you had the right equipment, but they didn't. And the new equipment is unbelievable what it does. You I was going to say something, but you always, in my opinion, you always need pilots. I want pilots. But you wouldn't even have to have pilots. This system is so incredible what they can do. But we have a system that's obsolete. And what they did is the worst. They tried to combine the really old, broken stuff with the new stuff. And you can't combine it. And anybody should have known. So Biden, you think Biden figured this out? I don't think so, fellas. You think he has any clue? He doesn't know what the hell's happening. So here's the story. We're going to be buying a brand new, it's going out to bid very soon, brand new state-of-the-art system that will cover the entire world. I'll give you an example. When my pilot, now I have military pilots, but prior to that, I had very good pilots, great pilots. They would land, and I won't tell you which country, but they would use the system of another country. They wouldn't even use the system of the United States. So if I'm landing in New York or Florida or Tennessee, they're using a system from another country. I said, why is that? And they were, they're not into business, but they're just saying, our system doesn't work, sir. And I said, boy, that's pretty sad. But we were all set to give it out to, look, you have a Raytheon and you have different companies like that, numerous companies. And you have companies that would do it, like an IBM, as an example. And you give out one deal, one contract, They gave out hundreds of contractors. They had diggers. They had non-diggers. They had people that focused on satellites. They had hundreds of different contracts. One contract where one guy is controlling everything. You need a trench, then they dig a trench. But if you don't dig the trench, they don't blame you. What happens is you don't dig it, then they say, we want a cost overrun. Now, we have it all set, and we're gonna be doing it. We would have done it, except that the election took a little strange turn. But the second one didn't. That was too big to rig. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, that was President Donald Trump in the.
I'll tell you,
talking about the.
While the conversation was starting, the equity market was selling off. But as they were talking, once around, he started talking about the $10 billion order for Boeing for the UK, the market started rallying. All right, so what we have here is the equity market is trading at 5,702. Intraday high has been 5,712. VIX is trading at 22.29. Euro USD is trading at 1.12. Dollar is getting stronger right now relative to the euro, the Japanese yen, and the British pound. Oil is trading at 59.95, just below $60 a barrel. It's very possible that we may see intraday trading above 60. BITO has really rallied. That's the ETF for Bitcoin. It's 21.30. Bitcoin has hit over 100,000. I believe it was 101,000 it's trading at right now. It's trading at 100.9. Okay. And we have the USD Japanese yen at 145.58. And like I said, the 145 to 148 range is reducing that stress internationally because of the tariffs. So if we stay above that 145, then you're going to start seeing VIX starting to go below 20, and the market's going to continue to rally. Now we have a resistance level for the S&P 500 at 5,750. It's not a fib structural resistance level. It is the top of the dead cat bounce when the market started to falter. All right. So if that breaks, then the market will continue to go up, and you most likely will see the VIX below 20. But we're not there yet. We're trading at 5,703. It's possible. Tomorrow's trade that we see a little bit of a sell-off, a little bit. Individuals may be trying to take some profit. I suspect next week where we'll be above the 5,750 mark for the S&P 500. Assuming that nothing bad happens in the world. You know, some of the risk factors, you know, the Pakistani Indian conflict may start to ramp up. Trade with China may go sour. Those would be both risk events that would push the market down more. Gush is trading at 19.98, and DRIP is trading at 11.57. So the markets are pretty stable. Everything's moving pretty good. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver lozenges and drops. All right. You want to mitigate any irritation that you have from either the cold season, the allergy season, which is we're in that season right now in the United States, or if you live in an area where there's poor air quality and you start getting irritation in the throat, you want to use the lozenges. So I have elderberry zinc, structural nano silver lozenges in stock. You get 21 in each bag, very high quality. And you can also get the drops, which are a little bit smaller. You get 100 in each bag. You can get it in honey and lemon, blueberry and cherry. All right. You get 100 in each bag. Get a few bags for your household. Make sure you have some at work or at home. You never know when you need it. The moment you have that irritation, take the lozenges and the drops right away. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Another thing that I want to talk about is how to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. And take the stack to do this. Take the turmeric. Turmeric is an antioxidant. It's going to soak up free radicals, and it's also going to bring down inflammation. That's really important for your vascular system. By bringing down inflammation, you're reducing plaque. And by soaking up free radicals, you're reducing oxidized LDL. That reduces plaque. And by systemically bringing down inflammation, you're helping your immune system. Taking ashwagandha root will help to control cortisol levels and blood glucose levels. That will bring down inflammation. That's very important for your cardiovascular health and your immune system. Lignans soaks up free radicals, brings down inflammation, that boosts up your immune system and helps with your endocrine system. Stacking these together, you're going to be boosting up your immune system and reducing the chances of plaque formation. So please go to my store, get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. You can take them separately, but I'm telling you how to stack them to get the max benefit. So get the turmeric, the ashwagandha, and the lignans. Stack them together. You're targeting 2 systems, your vascular health and boosting up your immune system at the same time. Again, use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order. Okay, let's continue on with CNN. They're talking about Pakistan shooting down 25 drones fired from India.
Clear up there, and actually right now the Pakistani information minister says the Pakistani side have killed 40 to 50 Indian soldiers across that line. That's the sort of rolling nature of how this is sort of picking up. But I think what even government officials here weren't expecting as of very, very late last night, in the early hours of today, was to have this rolling drone attack, these 25 drones, and this rolling drone attack that began about 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning and has gone on through the day. One landed in Rawalpindi, about 10 miles from here. A lot of destruction around the main cricket stadium there. It's really rattling people here in Pakistan, and it's not really what the government, I think, was expecting. The drones are hitting Karachi in the south. In the deep south, somebody in the fields there was killed by a drone. 4 military personnel in Lahore, city of 13 million people, 13 miles from the border with India. 4 military personnel there injured when one of those drones got through. So you have strikes in the deep south, in the heartland in the middle, here in the north. It's that sense of unease now is creeping into the population that this is not the normal form of tit for tat. This is sort of beginning to be rolling conflict. And you have to add to that, Pakistan still hasn't done what it said it would do and have those revenge attacks for the Wednesday attacks.
India confirmed it targeted air defense systems in several locations throughout Pakistan. The announcement marks the first time India has taken ownership for targeting Pakistani military installations as fears of a wider regional conflict continue to grow. With us now, CNN military analyst, retired U.S. Army Major General James Spider Marks, and geopolitics analyst and former editor of the Hindustan Times, Bobby Ghosh. I think both of you, gentlemen, feel that each nation is looking for a way to declare victory and get out of this. But how they find a way to do that is the question here. And Spider, let me just start with you. From a military standpoint, what are we seeing on the ground right now?
John, I think what's going to happen next is Pakistan certainly reserves the right to respond and has indicated that they will respond. I think that's true, but I think it's going to be very measured. Look, the Pakistan military is not as, number one, as large and as professional as the Indian military. And I think there's some symbolism here. Pakistan, to its people, must respond in some way, irrespective of the ownership of the terrorist organization that Pakistan legitimately hosts inside its borders and conducted the raid into India a couple of weeks ago and murdered 26 people. Pakistan will probably respond. It will go against targets that I think are known to both sides. Look, the Kashmir has been fought over and has been contested for decades. China, also bear in mind, has a dog in this fight because they share that border, that contested region. So I think what's going to happen is there will be a response. I think it will be measured. And I think both sides will probably say, we've maintained our honor and we can walk away from this. Also, we need to see what both Beijing and the United States is doing in terms of trying to counsel those moves.
Right. I want to get to both those points with you, Bobby. First, what will it take for each side to walk away?
I think Spider put it best. But each side has to be able to say, we won something. Each side, through their propaganda arms, has to be able to convey to their own people that we're walking away with our honor intact. And we've seen this movie before. This has happened several times in this conflict, most recently in 2019. On that occasion, India struck back after a terrorist attack, hit several targets in Pakistan, but an Indian plane went down. The Pakistanis arrested the pilot and then returned the pilot home. And that was Pakistan saying, here's a gesture of magnanimity on our part. We're the bigger people here. And the Indians said, well, we were able to hit targets in Pakistan, so we've got what we wanted. That's what you need here. It would help to have a mediator to bring both sides to the table and allow them that opportunity. Right now, the most obvious mediator is a little bit out of it. The United States and the Trump administration has other problems.
Well, talk to me about that more.
Yeah.
What has been your impression of the United States, the statements and the level of involvement from the U.S. here?
Well, it's been very interesting. The difference is this time Trump's first response was, well, I hope they sort it out, which is very different from him. He usually likes to say, I'm going to go there and fix it. Or if they have me, I'll fix it like that. This time, his first response was, well, I hope this gets resolved quickly. Very passive. Now he's offering to go in there and mediate. That's different. The problem is we have no ambassadors. The Trump administration has really struggled to get ambassadors in India and Pakistan. And Trump himself clearly does not understand the nature of the conflict. He said yesterday, well, these countries have been fighting for centuries. These countries have not existed for centuries. They're 78 years old. There are old and long-standing grievances, but if you start from the assumption that, oh, these people have been fighting for centuries, that's not a good place for a mediator to start. A mediator has to understand what is at stake for both countries. He has to understand what each side is prepared to give and what each side needs to take in order to walk away from the table and declare victory. And it's not clear to me that the American president has that understanding.
I think you got to understand Trump because he's a little loose with the details, but he talks like a New Yorker, all right? And to fully appreciate how Trump thinks, you have to spend time in New York, all right? Now, what Trump meant was that the Muslims and the Hindus have been fighting each other for centuries. Not the countries. That's true. The countries are relatively new, in modern terms, all right? But the thing is that the people in the conflict between the Hindus and the Muslims have been going on for centuries. So Trump's not wrong. It's just the way he phrased it. And you don't fully appreciate it unless you're from New York. And this is what the problem with the academics. The academics are so nitpicky and everything that they can't see the forest through the trees. And that's the reason why most academics get it wrong. The big picture, they get it wrong.
Or what can go wrong here?
Well, both nations are nuclear armed. That's the primary concern. I mean, that's the bar over which we hope they cannot even get close to crossing. But that's the big concern. Look, those are again, very professionally manned, and there are protocols around those. So I think we should be aware of that, probably not too concerned. But if Pakistan responds, and if then India responds, we're now into a cycle of action, reaction, counteraction, and that doesn't always have a good off-ramp.
And Bobby, it seems, I know there's an element, the word you used to me, the break, is kabuki theater to this, where India and Pakistan have gone through instances of this before. But it does feel as if the nations are pushing the boundaries maybe a little more than we've seen in the past.
Yes.
The shooting out of 5 aircraft, allegedly, shooting inside the borders exclusively. Are they pushing the boundaries of what could be kabuki theater?
They kind of have to each time, and that's the risk of these kinds of long-standing conflicts. Every time there is a spasm of violence, there's almost by sort of natural law, each spasm tends to be worse than the one before. And the real concern, as Spider said there, is that because these two are nuclear armed countries, you worry that each spasm might get to the point where of no return. That's the real concern. Yes, both countries have, the leadership in both countries have a lot of experience in managing these kinds of crises, but each side feels like we've got to land one more blow, one more jab every time. And the trouble is that when one side goes too far, and then the thing really begins to careen out of control. That's the worst case scenario. We're not there yet, I should be very clear.
Yeah.
But the trouble is, and that's the ultimate challenge here, is that even when this particular spasm is resolved, and let's hope that is quickly, the underlying problem doesn't go away. We'll come back to this place. If it's not 2 years from now, then it's 5 years, or hopefully longer than that.
Right.
But we come back to this problem.
There is a new pope. Supposedly they have the white smoke came out just now. BBC just reported.
Oh, so we can listen in to the sights and the sounds right here. Let's listen in as a new pope has now been elected.
Actually, as you mentioned at the beginning, TJ, it seemed like they did know. They came back just for the white smoke.
Indeed. In fact, maybe they were giving us a kind of a secret, a bit of information that they knew that we didn't know. But here we are, and then a spectacular, sunny, brilliant evening here, and you can even see from the perspective of the crowds there.
Okay, so let me just plug some products. How this probably works is once the Pope is picked, then they have to dress the Pope, and then he goes on the balcony. So I think that's going to take a few minutes here. Please go to my store. Let's just make sure that, yeah, it's going to take a few minutes before they usher the Pope onto the balcony. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the toothpaste. This is a structural nano-silver toothpaste. It whitens your teeth, freshens your breath, helps with your gum line, reduces inflammation at the gum line, and with good oral hygiene, you're going to reduce the chances of cardiovascular disease and valvular disease. Really important. This is the best toothpaste that you can buy. You can't buy anything better than this. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get this toothpaste. It has no fluoride in it. It's made with structural nanosilver. Use it every day and help to improve your oral hygiene. Get a few tubes for your household, help support my work, and help support your health. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off. I would like to talk about the first pillar of my core protocol, and that's using Max 35 or Max 14 or Cleanse. all right? And you take it every day, all right? You can take max 14, max 35, or cleanse. Max 35 is 35 parts per million, cleanse is 30 parts per million, and max 14 is 14 parts per million. They're at different price points. Take a teaspoon a day, every day, swish in your mouth, gargle about 20, 30 seconds, and then swallow. Do that every day. It's going to improve your oral hygiene, your oral cavity, and your oral pharynx. It's going to help with the epithelial lining and help with that mucosal barrier. By improving that epithelial lining in your oral pharynx and in your oral cavity, you are improving your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the max 14, max 35, or cleanse at different price points and different parts per million. Use it every day. I've been taking max 35 for 5 years every day. If you're not feeling well, take a tablespoon or two, swish in your mouth, gargle, and swallow. Very important. And once you start feeling better, go back to your maintenance dose. But you should be taking it every day as the first pillar to help with your immune system. So let's go back to live. Let's go back to Bloomberg. I think they're talking about the Pope here.
Have key interests in those areas, thinking South Korea and Japan.
Yeah, and the Canadians perhaps watching that as well, other sort of like-minded countries that want basically in the fence when it comes up to on steel and aluminum. What the UK is saying that those tariffs are going to zero.
Let's go to Al Jazeera, see what they have to say.
Catholic Church after Pope Francis passed away last month. We are looking once again at those people that have gathered at Vatican City in Rome celebrating this moment. Let's dip in and listen to some of the sound from Vatican City. Well, let's bring in our correspondent, Hoda Abdelhamid. She's joining us live from Vatican City. So there we have it, Hoda. We have a new head of the Roman Catholic Church announced by the white smoke that's emerged from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel.
Yes, it is actually, I have to say, it's quite surprising that it came so quickly. I was literally just speaking to a Catholic cleric, and I said to him, do you expect that there will be a Pope today? And he actually said, no, it's too complicated this time, which is what we have all been reporting ever since Pope Francis died. It's the kind of message that came out of the cardinals as they were meeting in those congregations before the conclave started. So this is actually quite a huge surprise that it comes at this time so early on the second day. It would be interesting to know if they had 1 or 2 votes this afternoon, because every session they meet, they have up to 2 votes. If they had only 1, that would be even quicker than Pope Benedict XVI, who came after 5 votes, and Pope Francis after 6 votes. So that is something that many would be interested in knowing. Now, what is happening inside the conclave, inside the Sistine Chapel, is that usually the cardinal elected, then is asked if he accepts the role of being being a pope, and then he goes to the room of tears adjacent to the Sistine Chapel. It's called the room of tears because traditionally, usually, it's such an emotional time for the person who is elevated to become a pope that many times they break down. In that room of tears, he will have a moment for himself, and then he will wear the white cassock. It would be interesting to see if he will wear the red shoes that Pope Francis refused to wear throughout his papacy, or if it's going to be more traditional, if he's going to wear the red cap. After that, he will appear on the central loggia, but that usually takes maybe another hour or so, unless they've already gone through all that procedure inside the Sistine Chapel.
All right, so that is our correspondent Hoda Abdelhamid live for us at Vatican City with the news that just in the last 5 minutes we have seen white smoke emerge from the chimney of the Sistine Chapel, which means that there is a new pope. The 133 cardinals have elected the next leader of the Roman Catholic Church. We will go back to that in just a little while. But we're going to go back now to our top story, the escalating tensions between India and Pakistan. We are joined by Pakistan's Defense Minister, Khawaja Asif. He is live for us in the capital, Islamabad. Mr. Asif, thank you very much for your time. We do appreciate it. So since India launched, especially since India launched its attacks on Tuesday night going into Wednesday, there has been...
All right, so the Pope is getting his garments on, so let me just do another plug before he steps out on the stage here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the nattokinase. This will help with your cardiovascular health. It'll break up clots, it's fibrinolytic, and it'll help to bring down LDL levels and improve your HDL levels. Lower LDL levels mean less LDL that's oxidized, which means less plaque buildup. So nattokinase you should be taking every day, especially when you get older. Now, it stacks really well with D3 and K2 for cardiovascular health, but D3 and K2 also helps with your bones. So take D3 and K2 together. This vitamin K2 is the MK7 molecule. D3 has higher efficacy when you take magnesium. You can get magnesium from my store through the Boomer Boost supplement, the powder, the vitamin C and magnesium, or the magnesium and zinc supplement. Take D3 and K2 together, and that will help to pull some of that calcium out where it's been depositing around plaque. And you should stack it with the nattokinase to get a synergistic effect to also bring down that LDL level and to help to break up clots, and that will help with your cardiovascular health. So this is a great stack for your cardiovascular health. Now, taking D3 and K2 and taking in calcium supplements, either through a vitamin or taking it through drinking milk. That's how I take my calcium. Do resistance training, and you're going to build more bone density. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the D3, the K2, do resistance training, help to build up that bone density, stack it with the nattokinase, and this would be a great stack for your cardiovascular too. So there's dual purpose. D3 and K2 is a dual purpose stack. So please go to my store, stack these, use discount 5, and you get $5 off. I'm going to go back to live now, see what's going on with the Pope here.
Name, and if they can't catch it, they'll see the Pope a moment afterwards, because the Brighteon will leave the balcony and the Pope will come out and he'll greet the people. He'll speak probably in Italian, he'll probably say a prayer and deliver his first address, and that's what everybody here now is waiting for, that moment when they see the new Pope for the first time.
And Joe, how about yourself? You're going to be there for us, aren't you? You're going to be staying there in the square.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, CJ, there's nowhere else I would rather be in the world right now than right here in the square. So yeah, you couldn't move me from here if you tried. I'll be here.
Fantastic. And you'll be telling all your friends about this experience you're having here right now in the future, I'm sure.
Well, thanks so much, Joe.
Cheers, CJ.
Thank you, Joe. We're going to be back with you very soon for more update on all happening in the square there. So, Monsieur Vittel, tell us a bit about this experience for you now. I mean, this experiencing it live, the smoke coming out here, and now our great sense of anticipation for who the next Pope will be.
Well, it's just such a privilege to be here in Rome at this time, but also I probably felt closest to Pope Francis because I've served him in different ways, both as in my work at Caritas Internationalis and then also as the Secretary General.
All right, I'm going to just plug one more and then we'll focus on the Pope here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60. This is a very potent antioxidant. You can get it in MCT coconut oil, avocado oil, or extra virgin olive oil. It's very important to take C60 with an oil because it's lipid soluble. Take it on an empty stomach for best absorption. Take a teaspoon a day, every day. If you work out, take it before your workout. It's going to soak up free radicals during your workout and help you recover. In addition, you can get it in a 2 ounce, a 4 ounce, or an 8 ounce configuration. Higher ounce configuration is cheaper per ounce, so you do save a little bit of money by doing that. But take a teaspoon a day, very important. Soaks up free radicals. It's going to soak up the free radicals, bring down the stress in the cell, help with your mitochondrial health, boost up your ATP levels. And what will happen is your cells and your tissues will perform better, and your organ systems will perform better. Your immune system will perform better. Your endocrine system will perform better. Your neurons will fire better because you're reducing the stress in the neuron and helping with the boost of the ATP. You're helping with the health of the mitochondria so the neurons can produce neurotransmitters and fire. So you're going to be able to think better. You're going to be able to consolidate memory better. It's very important. C60 is a cornerstone. C60 is a cornerstone for my protocol. All right. It's the second pillar of this core protocol that I have, and soaking up free radicals is a major component to slowing down the aging process. So please take a teaspoon a day, every day. Use this C60 every day and stack it with some of the other supplements that I've been telling you about to get the max benefits, such as NAD+, ubiquinol, resveratrol, clarity factor. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the C60.
Or will get Christians around the world to, again, turn to the church in times of need.
Well, and as we consider the legacy of the late Pope Francis, Zoe, he obviously was seen as a more progressive pope and kind of taking the church in a bit of a different direction than it had been going under his predecessor. To what extent does this election, this decision of who the next pope will be, ultimately dictate the future of the Catholic Church and whether or not it will be in kind of keeping with Francis's legacy, continuing kind of a more liberal progressive view or going back more traditionalist, if you will?
Exactly. Those are those two big streams that we should be seeing here. Would it be a continuity candidate, again, someone progressive, or will we go back to someone more conservative? The other thing to keep in mind here is that there could be a massive demographic shift here, or just a massive shift. If for the first time here, we could have a pope from Africa or Asia. So those would be things there where potentially then, irrespective of our African or Asian candidates that are progressive, or conservative, that might just bring this whole new impetus to the Vatican and to its policy.
And Zoe, how soon has the Vatican indicated that it might actually reveal the name? We're seeing the images of throngs of people in St. Peter's Square eagerly awaiting the news about who this person is, and you described the stakes so eloquently there. But what is the timing for the Vatican to actually tell the world?
Unfortunately, there's no fixed timing. If we go from past instances, it normally takes about an hour. There's this whole ritual between them deciding on the Pope. They have to change clothes, all these things. So there'll be a few steps there. We're hoping about an hour, but again, it's obviously this person's biggest. I'm losing my words. Sorry. It's a big move for this person. So obviously you go out and you speak to the people then. So you want to kind of get to grips with this. So I think a few minutes, fewer, more or less, won't really make a difference.
All right, Zoe, we really appreciate you joining us on this breaking news. Again, the conclave has elected a new pope. White smoke has risen from the Sistine Chapel. We're just waiting whether
it's a small probability, but it could be Trump.
Balance of power. Thank you so much. And we want to add another voice to this conversation now and turn to Megan Clark. She is professor of moral theology at St. John's University. Professor, thank you for your time. Obviously, we are working with a limited amount of detail here, but just knowing that the conclave only assembled yesterday and already a selection of the new pope has been made. It only took a few rounds of voting. What does that signal to you?
I think it
signals that the cardinals have a kind of more of a sense together of where they want to see the church going. And we've seen that in the past couple. Pope Francis was elected on the second day, Pope Benedict XVI on the second day, John Paul I. And so it's not uncommon, but I think it is a sign that that maybe kind of the drama that we saw might be happening in beforehand maybe wasn't so great. The divisions unifies them is stronger than disagreements.
And when it comes to that question of unity in terms of bringing together the more liberal wing of the church that Pope Francis really espoused and other more conservative elements of the church that his predecessor, Pope Benedict, embodied, what does this vote tell us about bringing them together, and then what the direction of travel will be for the church going forward?
At this point, all we know is that we have a pope. And I gotta say, as a Catholic and as a theologian, I sat there and I saw the white smoke and started to cry. What we will learn in the next couple of hours is we'll be able to tell a lot from not just who it is, but when that announcement happens and he walks out, what name has he chosen? Is he wearing all white the way Pope Francis was, or is he in the kind of the traditional red overlay over the white? These will give us some signs as to how the new Pope is thinking of his role and the church for the future. But at this point, all we really know is that we have a Pope.
Yeah, and as you talk to us about your reaction, Megan, we've seen the reaction on the faces of those who are gathered in St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. We're seeing live views still on YouTube here. Obviously, this is a massive moment, not for all of those individuals, but for the more than 1 billion Catholics around the world. And when we consider the kind of global reach of the church, knowing there is potential here for a demographic and a pope to be touched that we haven't seen before, how important is that, the representation here?
I think that what we've really seen over the last 2 weeks as everyone came together to mourn Pope Francis, as the cardinals all came to Rome and as the conclave began, is I think we really did see global Catholicism in a way that we never had before in this moment. And that's because of the way that Pope Francis prioritized that we are a global church and that the men who are in that role of leadership and that select the Pope should represent the global church. So whether our new Pope is Italian or European or from the global South, what is really remarkable is that there were 71 countries represented in that room, voices from every corner of Catholicism in who selected him and put their trust and the future of the church in his hands.
We've talked about the views globally of the incoming pontiff, but how have American Catholics looked toward this change in leadership at the Vatican specifically? Are they looking for something different in the new leader of the church?
I think that American Catholics, like Americans in general, are kind of a very wide-ranging group of people. I think there are some who are hoping for a change. I know that as someone who teaches young adults, I know that what I see and hear from my students and those I've taught is a real deep sense of they felt seen and cared about on a personal level by Pope Francis. And so I think that myself, like my students, are really hoping that that there can be that kind of sense of intimacy and communication and real listening and love that comes from the next Pope too.
Well, we don't know who that will be yet. We still have our eyes here live on a shot of Vatican City after the white smoke emerged from the Sistine Chapel. A marching band is playing. We are seeing a lot of flags and people celebrating an incredible moment in history, to be sure. Megan, we thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate the time joining us from St. John's University, where she is.
Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the resveratrol. Resveratrol is going to help to soak up free radicals, help to boost up the health of your mitochondria. Your ATP is going to go up with healthier mitochondria. This helps with youthful gene expression. I've been taking resveratrol for decades. It stacks really well with NAD+, ubiquinol, C60, clarity factor. Take it every day as part of your anti-aging protocol to get healthy and to help with the youthful gene expression in your cells and your tissues. Resveratrol also helps the basal layer for your skin. NAD+ is a supplement that will boost up your NAD+ levels, that will increase your energy. NAD+ also helps to repair DNA damage, and NAD+ helps to protect your neurons. Extremely important to take once you turn 40 years of age. So if you're 40 years old or older, you need to be taking NAD+. Stack it with resveratrol to get a synergistic effect. Ubiquinol, the most bioavailable form of CoQ10 that you can buy. Most people that buy CoQ10, you're getting the wrong type. You need to get ubiquinol. You can't buy anything better than what I have on my store. the-studio-reykjavik.com. Ubiquinol is the most bioavailable form of CoQ10. It's going to soak up free radicals, help with the health of the mitochondria. Your energy levels are going to go up, and ubiquinol helps to protect the neuron. That's the reason why that you want to stack it with NAD+, protect those neurons. And again, stacking it with resveratrol, it's going to help with bringing down stress in the cell and helping the health of the mitochondria and help with youthful gene expression. So stack NAD+, resveratrol, and ubiquinol together. It's a great stack. Use discount 5 and you get $5 off any order.
Try to negotiate deals with the rest of the world, not just the UK. And a number of those key trading partners, including Japan, South Korea, and the European Union, export a lot of vehicles to the US. What does this signal to those trading partners about what they might be able to get from the Trump administration as they try to bring those deals home?
Yeah, I think it's really important, just the to sort of put all of this into some perspective. I mean, in terms of the amount of trade that the UK does, with the US from a cars perspective, it is important for UK companies, but it is also sort of number 6 on the pecking order. So you have Mexico and Canada, Japan, Korea, Germany. These countries are far ahead of the UK, and it is important for those countries too that these 25% tariffs on cars come back down in the direction of where they were before.
All right, Craig Trudell, Bloomberg Autos editor, joining us from London. Thank you so much for your time as we keep an eye here on Vatican City. As the Cardinals have elected a new pope, we'll continue to follow that story and much more from here in Washington on Balance of Power. Alongside Michael Shepard today, I'm Kaylee Lyons, and we'll have more just ahead here on Bloomberg Radio.
Let's go to Al Jazeera.
Cardinals come out and give some tidbits about what's happened. But that was Benedict XVI. Pope Francis took one extra vote over Benedict XVI. So, we've been talking about that ever ever since Pope Francis died, ever since his funeral. We've been talking about this big conclave, 133 cardinals coming from all over the world, not knowing each other, having to pinpoint what are the priorities of the Catholic Church at this time. A bit of a race, then a bit of a sort of friction between the conservative camp and the progressive camp. And people were saying this is one of the most difficult conclaves. It could drag on. Just this morning, I was listening to Italian TV, and one person was saying, "Oh, it could go on for another 5 days." And then all of a sudden, very rapidly, the white smoke came out. So, had they already agreed on something going into the conclave? I have to say that they did ask for an extension of 2 days for these congregations they were having in the morning and the afternoon, these meetings they were having to debate and discuss all what needed, what was on the agenda. Did those 2 extra days make a difference? All of these questions are up in the air because originally the conclave was supposed to start on the Monday and the cardinals said, no, we need more time. So did they want that extra time to be ready, go in and wrap the conclave really quickly? These are all questions we'll have to know after. But I do remember that at the time of Benedict XVI, after he came, one of the cardinals told me jokingly, it's not very pleasant to be locked up in that Casa Santa Marta, being cut off of the world. So of course we want to do it as quick as possible. So that is that human side to these cardinals who have this monumental task of finding, or they found him already, the leader of 1.4 billion Catholics around the world. But they also do have the very worldly concerns, just like any one of us. Was that in the ballot? Again, I cannot tell you. But certainly it does come as a surprise that the choice came so quickly. And I think the next surprise will be who is the new pope? Is it a compromise figure like every expert has been saying, as we have been reporting? Or did the church go to the right? Did the conservative wing? Or did they decide, no, we're going to stay on the progressive path of Pope Francis. We're going to get maybe Cardinal Tagle from the Philippines, a liberal, a karaoke enthusiast, a charismatic man who really came to represent the church in the developing world.
I think it's him. I think it's the one from the Philippines.
Those inside have already answered that question.
Want to stay with us while we actually look at some of the cardinals, just some, of course, that are likely to replace Pope Francis. 70-year-old Italian Pietro Parolin is the Vatican's long-serving Secretary of State and a senior figure in church diplomacy, though he's been criticized for his handling of sex abuse allegations. 67-year-old Luis Antonio Tagle is a liberal-leaning cardinal from the Philippines. If elected, he would be the first pope from Southeast Asia. 72-year-old Peter Erdo, who's from Hungary, is a leading figure among the conservatives. He didn't always agree with the direction Pope Francis was taking the church. And 65-year-old Cardinal Fridolin Ambongo is the Archbishop of Kinshasa in the Democratic Republic of Congo. He's known for his leadership in a region facing conflict and rapid growth for the church. Well, let's bring Hoda Abdelhamid back in. And Hoda, those are just, of course, some of the likely cardinals. There's so many others out there. We've been hearing from analysts about the Archbishop of Bologna, for example, even the Archbishop of Rabat in Morocco.
Yes, the list is very long and kept on changing as we got closer to the conclave. Now, the ones you mentioned, each one has pros and cons. For example, Pietro Parolin, yes, a fine diplomat. He was a Secretary of State, one of the most senior jobs within the Holy See, which is the diplomatic branch or the international branch of the Vatican. But some people say he's not charismatic enough to come just in the footsteps of Francis, who was devastating with charm, who really managed to attract all these people. But some people also say we need a European cardinal because the biggest problem of the Catholic Church is in Europe. That's where the churches are empty. That's where people are walking away from the church, and that's where the evangelists are actually gaining ground. So will it be that? Or would they say, no, we need an African one? And then for that, we have several names. You mentioned Cardinal Ambogo, but you still have Cardinal Sarah. He's from Guinea. He's very conservative. He's in the lines of Cardinal Erdo of Hungary, but you have Cardinal Tuxen, for example, from Ghana. Well, he's considered on the progressive side of things, but he could be also one of those compromise figures. And then you have those who are diplomats, like Cardinal Pizzaballa, who's the Patriarch of Jerusalem, who managed to sort of straddle between Israelis and Palestinians and talk to both sides. He even offered himself in exchange of a hostage back in 2003 when this latest conflict started. He speaks fluent Hebrew. He has very good relations with the Palestinians, and he's considered a fine diplomat, but too young at the age of 60. You have an American cardinal, Prevost. Usually, the Vatican shies away from having an American cardinal simply because of the U.S. being the superpower. They don't want also the church to be along that line. But Cardinal Prevost has a different kind of profile because he spent most of his life in Peru, and he's also, we would say, on the progressive camp. I mean, the list goes on and on. You have also a French one, Jean-Marc Abelin. He's a French from Algeria, speaks.
All right, let me just talk about this stack while we're waiting for the Pope to come out. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Clarity Factor. Clarity Factor will remove that brain fog, help with your memory. It helps support memory. And with your neurons firing more rapidly, you're going to build that positive neuroplasticity. That means you're going to think faster, your memory is going to improve. So take Clarity Factor. It'll allow you to concentrate on tasks at work or in school, or even if you're retired, to help you focus on tasks. Now, it's very important to have a holistic approach with your lifestyle, and that means proper diet, proper exercise. You need to get better blood flow to your brain. You need to drink filtered water, stay away from processed foods, get enough sleep, but take the Clarity Factor to help with removing that brain fog, support your memory, and allow you to have better concentration. And with that, over time, you're going to build better neural networks. And when you do that, you're going to think more clearly, faster, and have better memory. Olive leaf extract is a great product. It's a dual purpose product. It's going to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular system. It brings down inflammation and helps to bring down LDL levels, and it helps to increase your HDL levels. Take it every day to help with your immune system and your cardiovascular health. Omega-3 is also a great supplement to take to help with your cardiovascular health. Omega-3 brings down systemic inflammation. Omega-3 also helps to reduce that over stickiness of the red blood cells. So it's reducing clot formation. And omega-3 helps to bring down LDL levels and increase your HDL levels. Less LDL means less oxidized LDL, which means less plaque buildup. That's why you want to take omega-3 every day. And you can stack omega-3 and olive leaf extract as a synergistic way to help with your cardiovascular health. Now let's talk about pancreatic health. Really important, especially once you turn age 40. So if you're 40 years of age or older, you need to start paying attention to the health of your pancreas. Taking digestive enzyme complex is going to help you break up carbohydrates, proteins, and lipids. It reduces the load on your pancreas. It allows you to absorb your foods with less load on your pancreas. If you're an athlete, younger or older, taking digestive enzyme complex for your pre or post-workout fueling will help you digest and bring in those nutrients quicker into your body so you recover and build the strength that you need for your sport. But digestive enzyme complex isn't just for people that are in sport, but it's really designed for people that are older to reduce the load on the pancreas. So please take my advice, take the digestive enzyme complex every day, reduce the load on your pancreas, and what will happen is you'll be able to absorb your nutrients easier. So a great stack would be to take the clarity factor to help with brain function and memory and to reduce that brain fog, taking the digestive enzyme complex to help with your pancreatic health, and taking the omega-3 and the olive leaf extract to help with your cardiovascular. So you're helping with your brain, your vascular system, and your pancreas and digestive system. It's a great stack. So use discount 5, get $5 off any order. If you spend $150 or more, you get a free gift until supplies last. But again, here's a great stack. Digestive enzyme complex, the clarity factor, the olive leaf extract, and the omega-3. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. I apologize for all the product placement, but I didn't do anything during Trump's speech.
We focus on Capitol Hill. And Rick, when we consider this question still remaining about whether or not they're willing to cut Medicaid substantially, questions remaining on SALT, how likely is it in your mind that we end up with a package that is nowhere near as big and beautiful as President Trump has suggested it will be, either because there aren't adequate spending cuts or there isn't as many tax cuts as he would like to see because there aren't adequate spending cuts?
Yeah, Kaylee, this has been the topic of Republicans in the Senate who gathered this week to discuss just how are they going to try and fashion this bill with all the pressures, that are on them from both the spending side, but also the revenue side. And they're all echoing the same thing, which is, gosh, we should have stuck to the Thune plan, gotten the tax cuts, gotten the defense spending, gotten the border bill, and then dealt with some of these other exigent issues. So too late for that, but the fashioning of this bill is going to have to be art, not science. Science would say, I've got certain things that each member is going to need for their reelection. We're going to buy them in and fashion a bill that's sort of tacked together. And frankly, that bill could be even bigger than the big, beautiful bill because you're going to have to give away so much. But you can't do that and then hold on the spending side. So it's really going to be difficult by now, forget Memorial Day, to get to the 4th of July with even the confines of a bill that is going to be supported by all these Republicans, especially the divergent group within the House, is going to be near impossible at this stage. So the bill we think we're going to see is probably not the bill that's going to get a floor vote.
Adam, how is this taking shape from the Democratic perspective? We saw Chuck Schumer earlier this week on our airwaves talk about his concerns over Medicaid and the potential threat of cuts to that program. Does this tee up a good talking point for the party coming into 2026?
It does, and it's a familiar playbook. Rick and everybody can remember back in 2006 when the Bush administration talked about privatizing Social Security. Democrats were flailing a bit. They were able to hone on to this message about the Republican attempts to cut Social Security, and you will see the same playbook this time around, and it's been proven to be effective. That's why some of the Republican members in the Senate and in the House are already balking at the price tag. I mean, Don Bacon in Nebraska put down a marker for $500 million in Medicaid cuts because I think they know that a lot of these cuts are deeply unpopular with their voters, and it certainly opens up a number of these swing district Republicans, while there may be fewer of them these days, who really would be in jeopardy if there were massive cuts to Medicaid. And then Democrats are going to hammer that every day until Election Day for the next 15 months.
So as we consider what this ultimately looks like, how the votes will be counted, if the votes are there at all, I also want to ask you, Rick, about the votes that evidently were not there for Trump's original pick to be Surgeon General, as well as the top prosecutor, federal prosecutor in D.C. He said today he's pulling Ed Martin's nomination, who's been acting as the D.C. prosecutor in that role. Not clear who he's going to replace him with, but he also replaced his original Surgeon General nominee with Casey Means yesterday. And I wonder what that signals to you after the Senate, by and large, Matt Gaetz aside, was willing to choke down every other nominee he put forward. What was different about these two?
All right, what's interesting here is that the S&P 500 is now trading at 5,719, almost 5,720. VIX is trading at 22.13. The Euro USD is trading at 1.12, so dollar is strengthening today. Relative to the Euro. Oil is trading at 59.91, so we may hit $60 a barrel today, maybe. BITO is trading at 21.40. That's the long ETF for Bitcoin. And the USD Japanese yen is trading at 145.69. Natural gas is selling off because of higher inventories at 3.566. Gush is trading at 20.16, and DRIP is trading at 11.47.
To what we were just talking about, which is they're going to break their pick on this big, beautiful bill. They do not need to be muscling a bunch of senators around right now, just to get marginal picks through the Senate confirmation process.
Adam, we also got. I was going to ask Adam about the trade deal, actually, because that was the other big piece of news today. On the from the White House, we heard the president talking about his big, beautiful reconciliation bill, but that was in the context of the event where he announced an agreement on trade with the United Kingdom, the first he has forged since taking office in launching a trade war against the world. What are you making of this, and how does it set the stage for negotiations with other American trading partners?
Yeah, no, look, we got some white smoke out of the White House today, too, on the trade front, in addition to what we got at the Vatican. I think it's no surprise that the UK was the first out of the gate here. Remember, the Trump administration was spent a lot of time negotiating potential free trade agreement with the UK in his first term. They didn't get it across the finish line. In the Biden administration, we tried to take a little bit of a different approach to that relationship. And so it's no surprise that coming back to they had the bones of an agreement that they could lean on for this initial agreement. But I want to make clear, this is a framework. There's still going to be more negotiations. The devil's always in the details with these agreements. And it remains to be seen whether this is the kind of bigger package that ultimately has to get put up for a vote by the U.S. Congress. And that, if there are major changes on tariffs, I think that's the type of thing where Congress gets involved, and it raises the doubts about whether it actually gets across the finish line in a sort of a bigger trade agreement. Not going to stop the White House from the pageantry and having a deal, because then they need it to try to help calm the markets, and you're seeing some of that reaction today.
Well, Adam, you talked about how they need this in the moment. During the announcement, the president signaled that it would be coming weeks. Is that an optimistic timeline, given all the fine print that needs to be typed out?
I mean, I never want to, cast doubt on the skills of my former colleagues at USTR, but that's tough. It may be a month, 6 weeks before they get the final details nailed down. And I think that when you're talking about, agriculture or steel and aluminum tariffs, I mean, those are all really sticky issues, and the language with how those goods are imported really, really matters, because you're talking about moving billions and billions of dollars of goods, and so people want to make sure that they are ironclad. So that's where I think you'll see this take some time to get across the finish line. I do want to, though, take a step back lastly and just make it the point, we're still going to have 10% tariffs across the board with the UK, which is still pretty high for what we are with the economy. So as much as this is progress on certain issues, it does raise the floor, and that ultimately will raise costs in the bulk of goods between the US and the UK.
And Rick, in our final minute here, keeping in mind the timing of this, announcing this deal before it is fully signed, sealed, and delivered, completely ironed out, what does that signal to you about how eager the Trump administration was to have something tangible to show for its post-Liberation Day negotiations?
I think Donald Trump's been watching the consumer sentiment. I think he's been seeing the economy, and I think he realizes that in order to continue to grow the economy and not have GDP go in the negative, he's got to start getting some momentum. And this was a good momentum play, right? I mean, he obviously got that out in the public with the cooperation of Prime Minister Starmer. quicker than any trade deal that anybody can imagine doing. And of course, yes, all these details need to be dealt with, but this was a PR stunt and it worked. Markets reacted very positively. Kudos to Ambassador Mandelson, experienced trade negotiator. This deal wouldn't have happened without him there. Starmer was not a Trump favorite. Boris Johnson couldn't get it done, who was a Trump favorite in his first term. This is a pretty smart UK team.
All right, Rick Davis and Adam Hodge, our political panel on this Thursday. Thank you both so much for joining us as we follow the news on trade, but also the news out of Rome. As we have a live shot, if you're with us on YouTube, you can see live images of Vatican City in the aftermath of the white smoke emerging from the Sistine Chapel. The cardinals, all 133 of them, have elected a new pope, and we are keeping an eye on the balcony at Vatican City of St. Peter's Basilica to see who that new pope will be, and ultimately, Mike, what name he chooses and what that might signal about the future of the Catholic Church.
There is so much symbolism in the decisions that the Pope makes, the new Pope makes, about his name, but also what he wears. You'll remember that Pope Francis rejected the red shoes and instead wore something just very plain. So we'll be looking to see what that is.
All right, and we will keep an eye on Vatican City, and we have much more ahead on this in our next hour of Balance of Power, which will begin right now with eyes on Washington and also on Rome. Welcome to Balance of Power on Bloomberg TV and radio. I'm Kaylee Lyons in Washington alongside Bloomberg's Michael Shepard. Joe Matthew is off today as we...
All right, let me just plug two supplements here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the multivitamin. This multivitamin is easy to digest. It will give you the cofactors that you need for the proper enzymatic activity. With the proper cofactors, your enzymes will work properly, and it will help with the cellular processes. So please go to my store, get this multivitamin. It's easy to digest. You can take a look at the profile of what's in this supplement on the screen there. You can also take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This is a great foundation to start with. Start with a multivitamin and build off of it. So please go to my store, get this multivitamin. Stacks really well with the probiotics that I have, and customize your health protocol, your supplement protocol. All right? Pay attention to how to stack them the way I've been telling you, and so you can target certain systems like your brain, your heart, so your immune system. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com.
This decision so quickly signals that they want at least a show of unity and that there is an overwhelming favorite in their midst.
Well, and as we await who that favorite ultimately is, we turn to Chiara Albanese, Bloomberg's Rome bureau chief, who is joining us now on Bloomberg TV and radio. Chiara, obviously the white smoke emerged just within the last hour. We were told that it could take roughly an hour for the new pope to actually emerge. Do we have any sense of how much closer we are getting to the moment where they will speak in Latin from the balcony and introduce the new pope, and we understand who that person is and what name they've chosen?
Well, it could be literally any second that we have the Habemus Papam, but the more time that it will take could actually signal that they are preparing the Pope, that he will have his own mark also already in the first appearance he will make from St. Peter's. Everyone is guessing who the person will be. Clearly, the fact that the conclave was quite short is telling us that one of the favorites, one of the names that we've become a bit more familiar with in the last few days, is likely to appear from the balcony.
It's the guy from the Philippines, I'm telling you.
Chiara, we're watching images of throngs gathered in St. Peter's Square, waiting those words that you described to announce a new pope, Habemus Papam. But what is the mood and what has it been since Pope Francis's death and now as we await a successor?
This conclave and also Pope Francis' death and the days that followed have been definitely felt very dearly across Rome. It is the jubileum year, so a lot of pilgrims and tourists already were planning to be in the Eternal City, and that only kind of attracted more crowds. St. Peter has been filled with pilgrims and believers and faithfuls, but also with tourists and just curious and Romans that thought about playing a part and witnessing with their own eyes what is happening in those days, and literally is history in the making.
Well, it certainly is, and history still to be made as the church moves forward into the future. Chiara, of the candidates, we understand that maybe were highest ranking in the minds of the cardinals, if you will, the ones who were understood to be favorites. How differently in terms of direction could they take the Catholic Church depending on who is chosen, knowing that they are succeeding a pope who was seen as much more liberal and progressive than those who had come before him?
Yes, a lot is at stake here because the Pope Francis was a very specific figure, but also was loved, but also not by everyone. So the name that will come out of the balcony will tell us a lot and will impact not only the Catholic Church, but also a lot of like geopolitics and diplomacy and what is going on around the world. So we should expect really a big and deep impact by the decision that has been made today in the Sistine Chapel.
Chiara, what are some of the most divisive issues that the new pontiff will have to confront as he takes this new office?
Well, there are definitely some issues that have been divisive in the Catholic Church for ages, which is the role of women and also the approach to social rights, to LGBTQ faithful, but also how to approach and how much the church should be involved in conflicts, for example, in Gaza, Israel, and what is happening in Russia and Ukraine. We have some candidates, for example, Caroline, that have been as background, some diplomatics, and they have been involved already in trying to become players in the geopolitical arena. So those are also issues that are going to be impacted by the decision.
Well, and I also wonder what's going to happen just inside the Vatican. As we know, Pope Francis, while being much less favored of the pomp and circumstance in both his life and, frankly, his death, with the changes we saw him making to the traditional funeral proceedings in the aftermath of his passing. Chiara, how is the infrastructure of the Vatican itself and the changes he made different than before he became the Pope? And do we expect to see that with whoever his successor ultimately is, or could we see a reversion back to what was previously normal?
Well, the church is an institution that is as traditional as progressive at the same time. So under Pope Francis, a lot has been done in terms of cleaning up, for example, the finances and also the image. It's quite surprising, for example, how this conclave was very neatly run, also in terms of media communication. It has all worked really well. Rome has supported.
All right, while we're still waiting, he should be stepping out any minute here. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Myotrol. This will help with the gene expression to build muscle and to maintain muscle. Very important for individuals 40 years of age or older. This has polyphenols, flavonoids, and lignans to help with the gene expression to build muscle. If you're an athlete, either younger or older, you'll also benefit by taking Myotrol to build muscle. Stack it with Gladiator Barley. Do resistance training for the max benefits. Please go to my store and get the Myotrol. Another supplement that's really important is to take the vitamin B complex. The first 4 vitamin Bs will help with the mitochondrial health and boost up your energy levels. Vitamin B complex helps with the cellular metabolism, and vitamin B complex will help to protect your neurons because B12 helps to protect neurons. Really important. Stacks really well with NAD+ and ubiquinol. So take vitamin B complex to help with your energy levels, help with your cellular metabolism, and to protect your neurons.
From Rome, where she is our bureau chief here at Bloomberg. Thank you so much. Again, we're keeping a live eye on Vatican City here on Bloomberg TV and our ears on it as well on Bloomberg Radio. as the Cardinals, all 133 of them who just assembled for the conclave yesterday, have indeed elected a new pope. We are awaiting that new pope's emergence from the balcony, and of course, his name to be spoken. And as we do so, we add a new voice to our conversation here in our breaking news coverage and turn to Christy Trena. She is professor at Fordham University, here with us live on Bloomberg TV and radio. Professor, we appreciate your time. Obviously, there will be some immediate signals when the Pope does emerge from the balcony. His attire, the name that he chooses, how important are those in terms of giving us our first glimpse, our first piece of understanding as to what kind of Pope this person is aspiring to be?
I think they're fairly important, but not ultimately comprehensive, right? First impressions are lasting ones, and so indeed the simplicity or opulence of his dress, and even more importantly, the name that he chooses will most likely indicate his direction. If he chooses one of the last three popes' names, that will be hugely significant. But if he chooses a name that isn't on that list, that will also indicate that he's wanting to be independent in some way of the trends that they set.
Christy, when it comes to this new pontiff and his approach to the church, what sort of change in direction are we expecting? Francis brought such a progressive approach and point of view that was a marked contrast from his predecessor. Are we expecting a move back to something that Pope Benedict, for instance, had advocated?
Well, that's a real puzzle because Francis was pastorally progressive but theologically conservative, and the new pope could embrace both of those trends or only one. So it's important to see what happens, right? Francis was a complex figure and left a complex legacy, and so which pieces of that legacy the new pope picks up is the question.
I would note for our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, you're hearing some of the sounds from St. Peter's Square in Vatican City, as there are hundreds, if not thousands, of people assembled to get their eyes on this new pope now that the conclave has indeed elected one. But I would almost expect it to make Shepherd loud louder than it is. There are many people who are waiting in, frankly, kind of stoic silence, keeping their eyes on the balcony here.
Well, I think they want to be able to hear the words in Latin to announce a new pontiff, Habemus Papam, a significant moment and a personal moment, as we've heard from so many Catholics already, and what this means for them in their relationship with the church.
Well, and on that note, Professor, as we consider, you were talking about the kind of complexities of Pope Francis, the complexity of issues that he is dealing, or what was dealing with, and that the church was dealing with. What are those foremost issues that the new Pope will have to take on and navigate for the world's more than 1 billion Catholics?
Internally within the church, the Pope is going to have to do something that's not very romantic or fun, which is continue the bureaucratic reorganization of the Vatican, which was begun under Francis. Also, hopefully, to continue the synodal initiative. That's a fancy word for having conversations across people at different levels and in different geographic areas among Catholics to get a sense of what our pastoral priorities should be. Will the new Pope continue that, or will the new Pope basically ignore that initiative? But also there are enormous issues within the church. I think one of the most prominent is the role of women in ministry. Will the new Pope pursue women deacons? And if so, will they be ordained or will they be simply appointed? That's a big question. And then there are questions about LGBTQ issues within the church, clearly. But there's also the question in African countries of what to do about polygamy and marriage. So when we look with a Western lens, we really only see part of the picture.
When it comes to that lens, the Western lens, here in America, there are a lot of Catholics watching the proceedings unfold now with high anticipation. And the American delegation to the College of Cardinals was 11 at our last count. What is at stake for the U.S. Church here now? It has had to grapple with a lot of those issues.
I think actually what's most at stake for the U.S. Church is what kinds of cardinals will be appointed in the near future to replace those who are retiring or just to indicate a direction. The U.S. Church is divided at the moment, and I think that there's a possibility of creating more unity depending on who's appointed by the new Pope in the next few years. I think that's one of the most important things that's at stake.
Well, and as we look outside of the Western lens, as you were alluding to earlier, Professor, when we consider kind of Catholicism globally, and I am watching the balcony here, we are seeing the doors open. This is live on Bloomberg TV and radio. The new Pope is emerging after being elected in Vatican City.
No way.
For our listeners on radio, he is adorned in red, and we're listening for those words to be spoken in Latin. We have a Pope.
Annuncio vobis gaudium magnum. Habemus papam. Eminentissimum, ac reverendissimum Dominum, Dominum Robertum Franciscum, Sancte Romane Ecclesiae, Cardinalem Prevost, qui sibi nomen imposuit Leonem XIV.
That was one of the cardinals live in Vatican City announcing we have a Pope on the balcony
So he isn't
at the
showing up.
Vatican. We are waiting
Here
to
we
see
go.
who that Pope
There we go.
actually is after the conclave of 133 cardinals elected him after just a few rounds of voting. And Christy, as we await the actual emergence of the Pope here, as cardinals are assembling on the other wings of the balconies, and he walks out, those gathered in St. Peter's Square, obviously waiting with anticipation. How important is this moment?
Well, it's a moment of great suspense, and it's a moment in which people can be prepared to offer their blessing to the new pontiff, ask for the guidance of the Holy Spirit, and anticipate his first actions as Pope.
Holy shit.
And we understand now who that person is as we await for his
It's an
emergence from
American.
the balcony. The Cardinals elected Robert Francis Provost as the next Pope, an American, a 69-year-old American who served as head of the late Pope Francis's main advisory group on picking new bishops, born in Chicago to a family that had many roots elsewhere, including in Italy. But again, it is Cardinal Prevost who has been elected Pope, Michael Shepherd, and we're awaiting him to emerge from the balcony now, keeping a close eye on the name he will have chosen after his given name.
Kayla, we are
This is
seeing
a
headlines
major
that are
upset.
saying that he has
Major.
chosen the name Leone the 14th and Leone the 24th. I'm sorry, and it is history making to see an American chosen as Pope. This is the first U.S. cleric to be chosen to lead the Catholic Church from the Holy See. We did have a South American leader, of course, in Pope Francis, but this is certainly a moment in history for American Catholics and for the 1.4 billion Catholics worldwide who've been waiting in eager anticipation for this announcement.
Yeah, to your point, Mike, this will now be the second Pope from the Americas, Francis having been the first, but the first from the United States of America. And Professor Christy Traina of Fordham University, an American Pope. Wow. Did you expect us to be at this moment?
No way.
I actually did not. I'm quite surprised. I'm very interested also that he's fairly young for a pope, so the cardinals must feel very confident in the direction that he would set. He also has strong connections in Latin America and is somewhat of a protege of Francis's. I'm curious about the name that he has chosen, whether this means that he intends to be a strongly theologically involved Pope. Pope Leo XIII was the great promoter of Thomas Aquinas in Catholic theology and in applying the thought of Thomas Aquinas to social problems. And so I'm wondering if perhaps Prevost is leaning in that direction.
Do we know how close he was to his predecessor, Pope Francis? They both had ties to Latin America. Cardinal Prevost, during his time before becoming Pope, had spent years in Peru as a missionary and then as an archbishop. So what sort of connection might they have forged?
They might have forged connection over common issues, and it's also true that Francis brought him to the Vatican for a while, which is seen as an indication that Francis wanted him to get to know the European cardinals and become known within the Vatican apparatus so that he would be a familiar quantity, if not for election to Pope, for some other senior position.
Well, and when we consider the level of seniority he already had, now his elevation to pontiff, again, we should keep in mind that it only took a few rounds of votes to actually bring him to this moment where he would be the next pope. What does this tell you about the 133 cardinals who have never, obviously not all of them having partaken in conclaves before, but chosen an American to be the leader of the Catholic Church and the kind of unity they were able to find on this individual?
I think it's likely that the long set of meetings in the lead up to the conclave may have smoothed that pathway significantly. I was expecting a long conclave, but it's my impression that serious meetings about the direction of the church and the kind of leadership that would be needed began even before the funeral. So I think they've had time to reach some consensus on those issues.
Christy, how does the selection of an American to lead the church intersect with the geopolitics that we are seeing outside of questions of faith and religion? Certainly, the U.S. under President Donald Trump is taking a very different posture toward its allies and adversaries alike. How does an American pope handle all of that?
That is a very good question. And that remains to be seen. But what I think this does indicate is that there's a desire possibly to go back to the global north for leadership, but to signal distance from Europe in doing that. And so that's probably part of what's going on. I do expect that Prevost will not endorse President Trump's main initiatives. The indication is that he will oppose them pretty strongly. And so it remains to be seen how much pressure there will be put on the U.S. by the Vatican and vice versa.
For the benefit of our audience here on Bloomberg TV and radio, I'll just reiterate where we are at this moment in history. As we've been discussing, Cardinal Prevost has been elected as the next pope, having chosen the name Leone the 24th to be his papal name. He, of course, will make history as the first ever pope from the United States. And as we see cardinals amassed on the balconies in Vatican City, we are awaiting his emergence knowing his name now, Mike, but not knowing how he will adorn himself as he greets the hundreds, if not thousands, of people there to support him and to see his face as he takes this position in St. Peter's Square.
And this is one of those key elements of symbolism that Pope Francis, when he assumed the papacy, sought to change. He sought to wear simpler vestments and shoes. He refrained from wearing the red shoes we've seen previous pontiffs wear, and instead just chose to wear brown street shoes. And in a way, showing some solidarity with other members of the worldwide church, many of whom don't have the means, and many of whom he had sought to help in so many different ways.
Well, that's absolutely right. It is a question of whether or to what extent that legacy will continue, knowing, as we were just discussing with Professor Christy Traina of Fordham University, that there was a relatively close relationship between the late Pope Francis and the new Pope, as Francis was the one who elevated Provost to serve as the head of the office that essentially vets bishop nominations around the globe. And we want to add another voice to this conversation now here on our live coverage on Bloomberg TV and radio as we're still awaiting the emergence of the Pope himself. Mary C. Boyes is with us. She is professor of practical theology at Union Theological Seminary, as Christy Traina is still with us as well. Professor Boyes, thank you so much for joining us as we consider the history-making nature of the conclave's decision today, electing an American to be the next Pope, succeeding Pope Francis. What is your immediate reaction?
My immediate reaction is that this was unexpected, at least among many people that I would know and people whom I read. He is an American, but he hasn't spent a great deal of time in the American church. And I think the fact that he was close to Francis.
And Mary, I apologize. We have to cut you off as the new Pope has just emerged, now waving to those assembled at St. Peter's Square in Vatican City. Let's listen to this for a moment live on Bloomberg TV and radio.
In a church, such as saying Mass or holy confession or something like that.
And we are about to hear from the Pope.
La pace sia con tutti voi. Fratelli, sorelle carissimi, questo è il primo saluto del Cristo risorto, il buon pastore che ha dato la vita per il gregge di Dio. Anch'io vorrei che questo
The
saluto
Pope beginning
di
by saying,
pace
"Peace be with you,"
entrasse nel
obviously
vostro
speaking in
cuore,
Latin as we listen to him live here on
raggiungesse
Bloomberg
le
TV
vostre
and radio.
famiglie, a tutte le persone, ovunque siano, a tutti i popoli, a tutta la terra. La pace sia con voi.
And as the Pope listens to the crowd in St. Peter's Square's reaction to his first words, we do hear from President Trump reaction congratulating the new American Pope with what he calls excitement.
Umile e perseverante. Proviene da Dio, Dio che ci ama tutti incondizionalmente. Ancora conserviamo nei nostri orecchi quella voce debole ma sempre coraggiosa di Papa Francesco che benediva a Roma. Il Papa che benediva Roma dava la sua benedizione al mondo intero, quella mattina del giorno di Pasqua. Consentitemi di dar seguito a quella stessa benedizione. Dio ci vuole bene, Dio vi ama tutti e il male non prevarrà. Siamo tutti nelle mani di Dio. Pertanto, senza paura, uniti, mano nella mano con Dio e tra di noi, andiamo avanti. Siamo discepoli di Cristo. Cristo ci precede. Il mondo ha bisogno della sua luce. L'umanità necessita di Lui come il ponte per essere raggiunta da Dio e dal suo amore. Aiutateci anche voi, poi gli uni gli altri, a costruire i ponti con il dialogo, con l'incontro, unendoci tutti per essere un solo popolo, sempre in pace. Grazie a Papa Francesco. Voglio ringraziare anche tutti i confratelli cardinali che hanno scelto me per essere successore di Pietro e camminare insieme a voi come Chiesa unita, cercando sempre la pace, la giustizia, cercando sempre lavorare come uomini e donne fedeli a Gesù Cristo, senza paura, per proclamare il Vangelo, per essere missionari. Sono un figlio di Sant'Agostino, agostiniano, che ha detto: con voi sono cristiano e per voi vescovo. E in questo senso possiamo tutti camminare insieme verso quella patria la quale Dio ci ha preparato. Alla Chiesa di Roma un saluto speciale. Dobbiamo cercare insieme come essere una chiesa missionaria, una chiesa che costruisce i ponti, il dialogo, sempre aperta a ricevere, come questa piazza con le braccia aperte, a tutti coloro che hanno bisogno della nostra carità, la nostra presenza, il dialogo, l'amore. Y se me permiten también una palabra, un saludo a todos aquellos, y en modo particular a mi querida diócesis de Chiclayo en el Perú, donde un pueblo fiel ha acompañado a su obispo, ha compartido su fe y ha dado tanto para seguir siendo iglesia fiel de Jesucristo. A tutti voi, fratelli e sorelle di Roma, d'Italia, di tutto il mondo, vogliamo essere una chiesa sinodale, una chiesa che cammina, una chiesa che cerca sempre la pace, cerca sempre la carità, cerca sempre di essere vicino specialmente a coloro che soffrono. Oggi il giorno della supplica alla Madonna di Pompei. Nostra Madre Maria vuole sempre camminare con noi, stare vicino, aiutarci con la sua intercessione e il suo amore. Allora vorrei pregare insieme a voi. Preghiamo insieme per questa nuova missione, però per tutta la Chiesa, per la pace nel mondo, e chiediamo questa grazia speciale di Maria, nostra Madre. Ave Maria, piena di grazia, il Signore è con te. Tu sei benedetta fra le donne, e benedetto è il frutto del tuo seno, Gesù. Santa Maria, Madre di Dio, prega per noi peccatori, adesso e nell'ora della nostra morte. Amen. Il Santo Padre Leone, a tutti i fedeli presenti e a quelli che ricevono la sua benedizione a mezzo della radio, della televisione e delle altre tecnologie di comunicazione, concede l'indulgenza plenaria nella forma stabilita dalla Chiesa. Preghiamo Dio Onnipotente perché conservi a lungo il Papa a guida della Chiesa e conceda pace e unità alla Chiesa in tutto il mondo. Sancti Apostoli Petrus et Paulus, de quorum potestates autoritate confidimus, ipsi intercedat pro nobis ad Dominum. Amen. Precibus et meritis Beate Mariae semper Virginis, Beati Michaelis Arcangeli, Beati Ioannis Baptiste, et Sanctorum Apostolorum Petri et Pauli et Omnium Sanctorum, misereatur vestri omnipotens Deus, et dimissis omnibus peccatis vestris, perducat vos, Iesus Christus, ad vitam aeternam. indulgentiam, absolutionem, et remissionem omnium peccatorum vestrorum, spatium vere et fructuose penitentiae, cor semper penitens, et emendationem vitae, gratiam et consolationem Sancti Spiritus, et finalem perseverantiam in bonis operibus tribuat vobis omnipotens et misericors Dominus. Amen. Et benedictio Dei omnipotentis, Patris et Filii et Spiritus Sancti descendat super vos et maniat semper.
The newly elected Pope, Leo XIV, stepping now off the balcony in Vatican City after his election as the next Pope, of course, making history as the first American Pope, but also showcasing that he spent much of his life in Peru and in Rome as he spoke to supporters and, of course, Catholics around the world, the more than 1 billion of them in both Italian and in Spanish, as he made his first words as the new pontiff. I'm Keely Lyons in Washington with Bloomberg's Michael Shepard, as we've been listening and watching Vatican City live here on Bloomberg TV and radio. Obviously, Mike, history being made in this moment, as we just heard our first words from an American Pope who also took the time to thank his predecessor, the late Pope Francis.
He did, and that was early in his remarks. He spoke, Kaylee, for about 10 minutes to those gathered in St. Peter's Square and those tuning in around the world, waiting to hear the first words from this new pontiff. What was interesting is that he chose to speak first in Italian, as is custom in the Vatican, and then in Spanish, aiming a message specifically at his friends and former colleagues in Peru, where he had served as Archbishop and had even acquired Peruvian citizenship after serving many years there. So he is someone not just with North American roots here in the U.S., born in Chicago, but somebody who spent much of his career in the developing world, some key years there before he was summoned to the Vatican by Pope Francis to serve in a key role there.
Yeah, and it's his alignment with the late Pope Francis that maybe gives us some signal as to the direction he is likely to carry the Catholic Church in as we move forward, having just been elected by the 133 cardinals who, again, only began their conclave yesterday. This new Pope, Pope Leo XIV, of course, was elected in relatively few rounds of voting. I would also point out we have heard from the U.S. President Donald Trump on his election, already on Truth Social, the president congratulating the former Cardinal Robert Francis Prevost, who was just named Pope, the new president, or the new Pope rather, creating some excitement for President Trump as he talks about him being the first American Pope. He says, quote, "What excitement and what a great honor for our country," Mike saying he looks forward to meeting with Pope Leo XIV.
And what's interesting, Kaylee, is that during his remarks in Italian, he did send a signal that he may be following in the legacy of his predecessor, Pope Francis, when it comes to taking a more progressive approach, especially when it comes to things like charity and being present in the evangelization throughout the world. His remarks in Italian, he referred to pushing for peace and justice and doing all that is worthy of their faith in Jesus Christ.
Very lucky to have Mike Shepard with me here on Bloomberg TV and radio on this day, understanding the Italian spoken by the Pope. And we're also very lucky to have Mary C. Boyes with us. She's professor of practical theology at Union Theological Seminary, who is here with us on Bloomberg.
All right, let me just plug these products here and we'll go back to Bloomberg. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Good Night Formula. This will help you get into 3 cycles of REM sleep and deep sleep to consolidate memory, to detoxify your central nervous system, and to be well rested. Very important to take every night. It has tryptophan, melatonin, GABA, and passion flower. It's a very good supplement, and it's very important to take every day. Why? To make sure that you're you have a good sleep, you're consolidating that memory, and what will happen is you're aging slower. A lot of people don't realize that when you are chronically sleep deprived, you have high cortisol levels, and high cortisol levels is immunosuppressive. High cortisol levels damages tissue. So to be well rested, to consolidate memory, you need good sleep. And one of the pillars for anti-aging and longevity is regular sleep. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Good Night Formula. And also the structural nano silver gels, very high quality. Get the tube form or the quick dispenser, have some at work or have some at home. It's a dual purpose product. You can use it as an aftershave. You can apply it on your skin every day as a daily skincare. You can apply it on a wound, and it'll help to heal the wound quicker. If you're not feeling well, apply it on your hands, around your mouth, around your nose, lightly coat your nostrils, around your eyes, around your ears. Stays active for 5.5 hours. If you're around someone that is sick, guess what? Do the same thing and help mitigate the issue. Have some at home, have some at work. You never know when you need it. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the structural nano silver gels. Very high quality product. All right, let's go back to Bloomberg.
Has a global vision in a time when there is so much division in our world, within our nations, but also between our nations. Now, that doesn't magically heal the world, but it's important that he is an international person.
Professor, you're pointing
to... Go ahead.
I was going to say, Professor, you pointed to Pope Leo as someone with an international focus and orientation, much like his predecessor. Pope Francis had taken an ecumenical approach, reaching beyond the boundaries of the Christian church to other faiths. Will we expect his successor to continue that effort?
I certainly hope so, and I think his notion of dialogue as a bridge is key here. He spoke on more than one occasion in that short reading about all men and women, brothers and sisters, all, and just sort of lovely, just as I was just about 2 minutes ago, I got a text from a Jewish friend saying Mazel Tov on your new selection. I mean, the world really is looking for people who have this global vision, who have a sense that we must do everything we can that evil will not prevail. And I would have to do some more research, but it seems to me his choice of the name Leo, his immediate predecessor would be Leo the 13th, who was Pope for about 25 years, I think, between 1878 and 1903. So it goes back more than a century. And among the things that Leo the 13th is best known for is a worldwide letter known as encyclical, called in Latin Rerum Liberum, and it was a very important advocacy for the working class, for working men and women. And so I wonder if that has to do primarily with his choice of the name Leo. I mean, we're all, we don't know these things, so we're speculating. But I do think that would situate him in the tradition of Francis and in the long tradition of Pope Leo in advocating for peace and justice for the people in the world who have all too little recognition and who work for paltry wages and in unjust situations.
Professor, you mentioned his outreach to the world, but in the church there has been division over the role of women. What do we expect Pope Leo now to do on that issue? Has he taken a stance in his previous roles?
I don't know that. The church has 1.4 billion members in every land, in every tribe and tongue. So to say that we're divided is also to say this is an inordinately complex, ancient institution, the oldest institution, long continuous institution in the West. So, and one of the complications is that the status and role of women differs from culture to culture. So I hope that this Pope will be an advocate for more inclusion of women. I feel very, very strongly that until the church is much more than the church it claims to be, a church that welcomes everyone, that uses the gifts of women for leadership, that it will be a lesser church. So, but what exactly, I think, Pope Francis have real opposition. I would say enemies. And I'm not sure he had the political capital, if you will, to do more for women. I also think he had some pretty traditional notions of women. I don't know what our new Pope's experience has been. But my guess is that working in Peru, he would have worked with many women who probably kept the church going on a daily basis and who did teaching of the people and that sort of thing. I hope the first thing that will happen, but in terms of an ordination, will be the ordination of women as deacons. We know that historically that is a given in the church. But this has to work by the sort of the leadership in various nations, and we know that in many cultures women have a very inferior place. So how this exactly is going to happen, I think it's going to happen with encouragement, and particularly in certain countries where women are more prepared for leadership.
Well, and as we consider the church's approach to women in leadership is one thing, but you allude to some of the resistance Pope Francis ran into on other issues, other social issues, including the church's approach to LGBTQ individuals. And I wonder, Professor, if you could elaborate on where you think that ongoing dialogue might go from here under Pope Leo XIV.
Again, because I don't really know the thinking of the new Pope, or I don't really know. He hasn't been one of those that's been talked about so much as papabili. I hope, I mean, because the fact that he sort of put himself in the tradition of Francis, it would seem to me that he would be open much to what is necessary, which is a more inclusive church. So many of us live in nations where there are leaders that stoke divisions, and the role of the Pope is to be someone who calls us together, and not necessarily, and not meaning everybody should become a Catholic trying to convert people, but who has a vision for how the world could really be. And I think one of the great things of Pope Francis was his encyclical Laudato Si on the environment, in which he begins by saying the earth is our common home. And I think that I teach at a historically Protestant seminary that is ecumenical and now interreligious. And I would say that his encyclical made a profound effect on many people in our seminary community who are not Catholic, but could see the wisdom and really the prophetic character of Laudato Si. So the Pope speaks, yes, to and within the church, but what the Pope says is heard by many others, and the Pope has he has a microphone. He has people in the world paying attention. He doesn't just work as an internal bureaucrat.
And he will be trying to send a message to the world with his first trip outside Rome. Where do you think he will be putting his greatest stock and his first investment? We saw, for instance, Pope Francis visited a time.
I think he's going to put it in South America.
Where he perhaps be?
That's an excellent question, and I don't really know. I'd have to really think about this. I suspect it would be probably something to do with workers. It might be among immigrants, because and migrants, these issues have certainly not gone away. I think that it would be a very interesting exercise for everybody in the.
I'm going to probably go to live now here shortly, but please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, and get the Boomer Boost. The Boomer Boost has 68 nutrients. You can see the very comprehensive profile of the powder that's in the Boomer Boost on the screen here. You can also take a look at the label on my website, the-studio-reykjavik.com. This will target your cardiovascular system, your musculature, your brain function, rev up your metabolism, and boost up your energy levels. Very important to take every day, either for breakfast or for lunch. Take it with soft foods or filtered water. You can mix it with milk or even a smoothie, but take it every day, and this will be your breakfast or lunch. You will start to lose weight. You're going to have energy throughout the whole day. And what you'll also notice is gains in strength when you do exercise. You're going to, again, lose weight, and you're not going to have to worry about energy levels. The energy levels will be throughout the whole day. You're going to be able to think clearly. You're going to get better sleep. Take this every day. Very important as part of the holistic approach to getting healthy. Now, you can take separately, or you can take it with the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator barley or the heirloom barley. Now, the heirloom barley helps to detoxify your body. It brings down inflammation and soaks up free radicals with superoxide dismutase. It's high density protein. You take a scooper or a half a scooper every day, mix it the same way as you would with Boomer Boost. You can take it with Boomer Boost and you get the max benefits. The difference with the Gladiator barley versus the heirloom barley is that you get all the benefits of heirloom barley, but you also get strength gains that help to build muscle. The best combo is to take the Boomer Boost and the Gladiator barley together. and to do resistance training. You can also stack it with the myotrol, and the myotrol is going to help for the gene expression to build muscle. So when you lose weight and you bring down that inflammation, you're helping with your cardiovascular health, you're helping with controlling your A1C levels, you're helping with your immune system, you're helping with your brain function, you're boosting up your metabolism, you're going to have lots of energy, so you're going to have a lot of vitality, you're soaking up free radicals, you're detoxifying your body. So this is a very powerful combo here. And the cost for 1 month's supply, which is what I have in my hand here, is cheaper than I'm sure that you're spending for a month for breakfast or for lunch. So you save money, you lose weight, you get healthy. It's really simple. Please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Get the Boomer Boost, the Gladiator barley, or the heirloom barley.
Thoughts on the selection of Leo the 14th, that is now the new name that former Cardinal Prevost selected.
Yeah, you know, we were doing our research, our history. Who was Leo the 13th, the last name that was used back then? And so I have it in front of me. Pope Leo the 13th was Pope from 1878 until 1903. The continuity of the name now to Leo the 14th is so significant, to Ulrich's point, because during Leo the 13th's papacy, that really ushered in kind of the Catholic social worker, Catholic teacher movement. And you're seeing this now, I would imagine, continue under Leo the 14th with an emphasis on, to Ulrich's point, Catholic missionaries, the Catholic worker, kind of also, you know, some would say progressive causes. And so I think that is kind of going to be the heritage that the word and the name Leo goes on to now, so to speak.
And we were having conversations, and, you know, Andrew, you and I have been speaking with a number of experts, including you all, when it comes to the evolution of the Catholic Church. Pope Francis was known to be more progressive, to be of the people, really focusing on the less fortunate, you know, and in which direction the church would turn to with the election of a new pope. As we take a look to the future, you know, and again, this is just the very first moment of Pope Leo the 14th, but where do you see this going, especially when we hear from him and his message to the public?
Well, sometimes we have selective memory. Pope Francis had wonderful gestures where he brought the poor and the marginalized into the center of the church. But we should not forget that the same message was preached by John Paul II and also by Pope Benedict XVI. And, you know, who were the first popes that went into slums, that talked with victims of abuse? It was John Paul II and Benedict. So we should not create a false chasm between Francis and his predecessors. But I think there is a great continuity with Pope Leo XIV. And, you know, that the fact that I just accidentally said 13th, look at his picture, look at the portrait of Leo XIII. They look a little bit alike. They have the physiognomy is not too far off. Both were tall, good-looking, youngish men when they were elected. Ad multos honors for this pontificate. And when I said Leo XIII was a roaring lion, because his roar can be heard until today, because he launches, as Andrew said, Catholic social teaching that life, the dignity of the human person, solidarity and subsidiarity are a crucial part of the gospel. And I think he will emphasize that, but I think he will also emphasize the gospel itself and the clarity of the gospel.
Ulrich, you were actually mentioning, you know, that he is relatively young. And Andrew, I wanted to ask you about this.
Well, I'm going to end the transmission. We've been going on for 6 hours today on Rumble, on YouTube, and on X Spaces. So please go to my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com, get the products that I have, stack them the way I tell you to, help with your health, help support the work I do. This is all free. If you paid attention through the transmission, I also tell you, you know, some opportunities in terms of investment. So thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. I'll do another show tomorrow, probably not as long, but today was a very eventful day. And my, just in closing, my feeling is we just moved, we're in a new age, right? And as we progress through 2025 and into 2026 and into 2027, this feeling of a new age and a new beginning and adding to prosperity for yourself and for your family and for the country and for the world at large it's just going to gain more steam. There's going to be more momentum with this. Today was another example of this new age that we're moving in. The old guard passed away, Francis. A new pope is ushered in, Leo. There's trade agreements that are starting to come to fruition. The market is healing through the tariff negotiations. And opportunities are going to be far greater in the near future than what we had last year. All right? So you just have to be patient. But we're living in a new age. And this couples very well with what John Hogue said. And that is the United States, astrologically, is tied with Pluto in the rotation around the sun. And that we're going to be celebrating our 250th year as a nation. This is very powerful. This is a very powerful time period that we're living in. We're living in a new age. Now, a lot of people that doesn't mean that every day is going to be perfect. It's not. But the thing is that we aren't really taking time to look back and see where we have been and where we're going. Because we're so busy with the day-to-day of our lives. But we are living in a very important time period where there's an inflection point. And that it is in our power to have a very prosperous future. And we're going to see, like I said early on, since the beginning of the year, and even a little bit near the end of last year, I said 2025 is going to be packed with 10 years of history. And we're seeing it playing out, and we're only starting the 5th month of the year. So thank you for listening. I greatly appreciate it. You have a nice day. And again, please help support my work by getting the products that I have on my store, the-studio-reykjavik.com. Have a good day.